few days. Do we have any idea what he's going to announce at 2 o'clock?
So there's mounting speculation that Nigel Farage could come out fighting at 2 o'clock, potentially even resign his Clacton seat and fight a by-election in a bid he might frame it to clear his name. What's going on? Well, in the last few weeks, there have been two major stories involving the Reform UK leader. The first was about a £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne, the Thai-based crypto donor, which is currently the subject of an investigation by the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. Nigel Farage does not call it a donation. He says it was a gift. If it is at all connected to his political affairs, then it needed to have been disclosed, even though it came just before he was elected as an MP. He insists it wasn't and therefore didn't. Other parties have suggested that it did, and so it should, and that is now the subject of a probe. The second story came out in the Sunday Times that was about his relationship with George Cottrell, a figure who's been by his side for the better part of a decade. And again, it was whether or not George Cottrell provided benefits that should have been declared in the run-up to the 2024 general election. We're talking things like social media services, elements of security and the like. This is a figure, highly controversial 32-year-old figure who has actually spent some time in a federal penitentiary after pleading guilty for wire fraud, the US conviction. I think Nigel Farage will present himself as somebody who is under attack from an establishment that is threatened by Reform UK, under attack, frankly, Jane, from a mainstream media, which he feels is out to get them. And you saw some of the tone of that on Sunday in the way that Reform UK sort of addressed the initial allegations about George Cottrell. And I think that Nigel Farage wants to use the statement that we're going to hear in a couple of minutes as a sort of reset moment to go to the public. I want a sort of freshen up, potentially, my mandate, put what's been said to the voters of Clacton and see whether or not they agree with what they read, what they hear, or whether or not they want to sort of dethrone me and deselect me as their MP and go for somebody else. In some ways, to sort of his attempt to draw a line under the both the investigation and the claims that are being made. It would be an audacious, high-stakes move by the Reform UK leader, who's undoubtedly been under pressure. There are figures in Reform UK that say the latest round of headlines have been a distraction, but far from bowing out, which could have been one option from the Reform UK leader. I think he is now going to step up the fight, a fight to save his career, to put it on a firmer footing, and he hopes take Reform UK into power and potentially him onto the steps of Downing Street.
Well, we're just waiting for that statement to come through to us. As we wait, I should say that the statement has been put up by Reform, just so viewers are aware. No independent journalists have been involved in the filming of it. There are no opportunities for journalists to ask questions. We also have no control over what they are broadcasting. So apologies in advance if there are any language or any issues that we wouldn't normally put on Sky News. But we are putting it out, which is quite unusual because it is a statement of significance and it is being shared by Reform. It is being made by Reform. So when it comes to you and when you see it on Sky News, that is the context that you can take that statement in. And Sam, in terms of the pressure that Nigel Farage is under, there were high hopes for the Makerfield by-election for Reform, weren't they? It was undoubtedly a setback for Reform, how well they did or not as well as they might have hoped there.
They might have hoped to take that seat because in the local elections, which were just a few weeks before, Reform UK won in each of the wards in the Makerfield constituency. But in the end, they didn't, and Andy Burnham took that seat for Labour with a fairly comprehensive majority. But it still remains the fact, Jane, that even in today's YouGov poll for Sky News, Reform are out on top. They are the largest party by 4 percentage points ahead of the Tories on 21 and Labour on 20. They are, Reform UK are on 25. So they are ahead, maybe slightly down on their peak earlier this year. They've been experimenting with different types of strategy, and Nigel Farage has come under quite a lot of fire, I think, in the last, 3 to 6 months. And I think all of that has perhaps detracted from some of the things that the party would hope to put forward. But, you know, in the end, this is a politician who really has never who has come back to the front line of politics time and again. He's resigned as the head of UKIP, then he resigned and then was leader a second time. He resigned after Brexit, then he came back as leader of the Brexit Party and resigned as head of Reform UK, and then came back. He's somebody who sheds his skin and regenerates, and I think after the slew of allegations that we've seen over the last few weeks and months, he'll be seeking to sort of put his leadership and his political standing on a firmer footing. I think in order to sort of reset there.
We're just joined on set also by political commentator Adam Bolton. Adam, do you have any more intelligence about what we're expecting to hear from Nigel Farage?
I don't think anyone does, other than Nigel Farage and obviously his close entourage. But we do know he's an angry man. We saw how he behaved at Heathrow Airport when asked legitimate questions by journalists. We also know that he has a lot of questions to answer about the finances which he's received from a number of sources, the $5 million from Christopher Harborne, and of course the subsequent assistance in kind from Posh George. We also know that according to people close to Mr Farage, he was hit like a freight train by the very poor result for Reform UK, given the recent local elections in Makerfield. And then there are rumours about his personal health, which maybe on these occasions when people make personal statements about their future, health may well come into it.
He's not been seen on camera very much recently, has he, Adam?
No, he's really cut back on his public appearances. I mean, Sam and colleagues were more or less several times a week being summoned for a news conference with Nigel Farage, and that, of course, led to that really sensational result for Reform UK in the local elections back at the beginning of May. But since then, the allegations about the money which Mr Farage admits he took from Christopher Harborne, although he says it's nobody else's business, have really mounted. There's also been a Times newspaper report about his property portfolio. It does appear that he has 5 properties. Now, these further reports from the Sunday Times about his services he's received, services with a financial value from so-called Posh George. So, a lot of problems. He says at the time he received these services, he wasn't intending standing on Parliament. Therefore, they were personal services. The problem is that he was politically active during that period. He was President Emeritus of Reform UK. We've seen pictures of him campaigning with George Cottrell. So it's quite difficult for him to argue that this was, the equivalent of a birthday present from an uncle, given how politically relevant he is and how politically relevant he's become.
Sam, there's been some concern from some within Reform in the last few months about what Reform needs to be doing behind the scenes in terms of being better organised, having more regular meetings. For example, there's no chief of staff yet. This is a party which, as you say, riding high in the polls, has got a sizable proportion of the electorate behind it. But there are some within Reform that are arguing that perhaps Nigel Farage, keen to be a figurehead, but possibly not as keen when it comes to the nuts and bolts running of it.
That's right. I mean, the journey that Reform UK wants to go on is from a party that won a handful of seats in the last election through to one that could potentially get within touching distance of taking power. And that requires quite the transformation, because I think even now, Reform UK has been sort of the none of the above party for a lot of people. And Nigel Farage knows this and knows that he has to professionalise, knows that he has to develop a coherent policy platform, broaden the appeal to bits of the population bluntly that through his 20-year political career he hasn't necessarily in the past appealed to. And that kind of professionalisation is made all the more difficult by the kind of allegations that we've seen, first with the Guardian story about Christopher Harborne, then with the Sunday Times story about George Cottrell. And that, I think, is what takes him to this moment. He is a MP, however, who's not been squeamish about doing big and sort of bold things in order to grab the limelight. If there's anything that defines Nigel Farage, it's his sense and his nose for what will grab the media's attention, what will grab the national mood. Now, what he's, I suspect, trying to do in this statement is to say, you can see the establishment is lining up against me. I believe the public will back me over the establishment. We're going to put that to the test in a by-election in Clacton. Watch to see what side the public comes down on. And in the last general election, I think that Nigel Farage won that seat over the Tories by a majority of about 8,000. That's nonetheless, a pretty big gamble. Since then, the polls have moved further in Reform UK's favour. So just on a sort of uniform swing calculation, Reform should be pretty well placed, and Nigel Farage would be pretty well placed to retake that seat if that is indeed what he does. But just in doing so, I think you hark back to those moments where political leaders have done kind of back me or sack me, sometimes to their party, sometimes to their constituents, and he hopes he will be rewarded. Now, just as a point of fact, he's currently facing one investigation by the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. That could be widened into the affairs of his relationship with George Cottrell and whether he declared everything that he should have done then. In the event that he resigns, I think that investigation would be put on pause, but I don't think it means that it is gone for good. It then is up to the Parliamentary Commissioner whether or not to resume it, either in the event that he is returned to Parliament or not. So it doesn't put to an end that process. But I think in Nigel Farage's mind, it would give some kind of mandate from the people of Clacton, his constituents, to say, look, the people back me over attempts to use rules and investigations and adjudications to somehow punish me and put me back in my box. I am the enemy of the establishment, but the popular choice of people look at how they're trying to, as it were, use every tool at their disposal to get at me. Of course, another reading of where Nigel Farage is he is under investigation for breaking, pretty important rules about transparency that go to the heart of whether or not we have a right to know who is funding our democracy. And in the year running up to a general election, there is a very real question about whether or not, the rules say we should know who is putting substantial sums, any sum, in fact, above £300 into somebody's campaign directly in cash or as a benefit in kind. Those are rules that are there for a reason, and Nigel Farage and no other parliamentarian can breach those. So that's the subject that's being investigated as well.
I mean, isn't there also a moral question to answer about calling a by-election when there doesn't need to be a by-election called? I mean, these things cost money. You're already representing an area. It seems capricious, doesn't it, for somebody to just say, right, I want to have another ballot on my place in politics.
I personally, I will leave moral judgments to perhaps the people of Clacton, who will
his critics,
and his critics. Yeah. And no, undoubtedly that will be an argument. Typically, a by-election costs in the order of several tens of thousands of pounds, and so there is a public cost to the public purse for that. But it will be one of the questions, in effect, on the ballot paper that the people of Clacton would be asked to adjudicate on. So, but we get back to this question of what's more important: can the votes of a constituency outrank the need to obey laws and rules that are set down for parliamentarians?
Right, it looks like Nigel Farage's feed is running. Let's take it.
Good afternoon, everybody. 2 years ago, after several years out of politics, I decided to return to the front line. I have to say, there was some reluctance, and initially I'd thought, when Rishi Sunak called a snap election, that it would be beyond me. But I did it, and I was very, very proud. That evening, going into the morning of July the 5th, 2024, to be the elected member for Clacton-on-Sea. I was very proud of that evening, and I have to say, the last 2 years, I've really enjoyed the job of being an MP. The people, the constituency, it's an office that I genuinely adore. I couldn't have believed that night that we'd have rocketed to the top of the opinion polls, and now we've been number one for the last 350 opinion polls in a row, often with big leads. We've also built of any political party in the country. Of course, on May the 7th, just gone, we achieved some huge successes in the local elections. Not only did we achieve breakthroughs in Scotland and in Wales, but we absolutely dominated in the Midlands and the North, the old Labour heartlands. And that is why Keir Starmer is now on his way out. Not to forget that in East Anglia, the Conservatives have now, by us, been reduced to nothing more than a rump. It seems to me that the establishment have now decided that they can't beat us fairly, so they've chosen to use foul means. Let me be absolutely clear. After the furore and the media pile-on, well, not just the media, the other political parties too, let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero. Not, of course, that you'll read about that in mainstream media. And yes, of course, Parliament has its rules about how members ought to behave. And I believe I've absolutely obeyed those rules and done so under getting good legal advice. The standard rules are clear. This is what they say. The code applies to members in all aspects of their public life. It does not seek to regulate what members do in their purely personal lives. Now, it would seem from the last couple of years, from the way I've been treated, that the press would rather our members of Parliament had no assets and no wealth at all. They seem to fundamentally object to any MP that has outside income. Indeed, they view those that have continuing business interests with severe scepticism. Making money is not a crime. Now, going back to the 90s, I was in the commodity markets. I had a very, very good, high-earning career. I gave that up at a huge cost. Being a member of the European Parliament for 20 years cost me a huge amount of money. But I did it because I had a goal. I had a goal and a belief that we should leave the European Union, get back to being a self-regulating nation that makes its own laws, charts its own destiny, and among other things, of course, controls its own borders. We might not yet, 10 years on, have reaped as many of the benefits as we ought, but one day I believe we will. And let's be frank, if I hadn't done what I'd done, there would have been no referendum, there would have been no Brexit. I came out at the end of that with very little money indeed. But over the last 10 years, I've been writing, I've been lecturing, I've been broadcasting, I've been investing. I promoted 1 or 2 financial products, and for those that followed me into them, they've more than doubled their money, which I'm pleased about. I also worked extensively in those years of 2021 to 2024 as an influencer with over 7 million followers on social media. So yes, over the last 10 years, I have financially done well, but that of itself should not be looked upon as a crime. And yes, I had the equivalent of a lottery win, a large personal gift. And I'll come to that and the details of that in just a second. The really big question that I want to pose is, do we want leaders that know how to make money? Do we want leaders that have run businesses, employed people, and understand how the world works? Well, I'm going to argue today, we absolutely need successful people from all walks of life, but particularly from business and industry. We need them not just in Parliament, we need them in government if we're even going to have half a chance of turning around the dire economic state this country now finds itself in. Contrast that with a cabinet, 24 men and women, not one of whom has any serious experience of private business, who frankly haven't got a clue. So don't be surprised that in economic terms, we are going down the drain. Now, Standards investigating me over the gift has now reared its head again as a result of a lot of copy in this week's Sunday Times, incidentally, written by a journalist who publicly says that he despises me. And despite the fact that many of the things that were written in the article were wholly inaccurate or indeed irrelevant, yet another standards investigation is underway. Standards are now being used as a political tool. On the gift, it was given to me on an unconditional basis. I can do with that money exactly as I wish. But there is a much bigger reason why I'm going to need that money, and it's simply this. For over 20 years now, I have been subject to constant demonisation by the press. For daring to be outside the consensual view on many issues, I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents: milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head. But let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted. One little example you've probably never heard of. It was a Sunday afternoon a few years ago in the local village pub. In come the mob, about 50 of them. We decided the safest thing to do was as quickly as possible to get into the car and to drive away. But the mob surrounded the car, banging on the bonnet and the windscreen, kicking the side of the doors. It was a genuinely dangerous and terrifying situation to be in. The car was written off. I didn't even bother with an insurance claim and did everything I could not to make it public. But these are the kind of things that I've had to put up with over many, many years. And over the last year, it's got worse, with an attack on my home, very similar to the one that the Prime Minister suffered, and literally daily online calls for me to be murdered. For some reason, that doesn't seem to worry the police. Repeatedly over the years, I asked the Home Secretary for help. I was rejected again and again. And in that period, when I wasn't in elected politics, between 2021 and 2024, I ran up personally very, very substantial bills to make sure that I was safe. When I became an MP, Parliament said, yes, we will help you with security. But almost unbelievably, just a couple of days after the murder of Charlie Kirk, 70% of that security funding was withdrawn. I am going to need security for the rest of my life, and I cannot even tell you how grateful I am to Christopher Harborne, because now I will never, ever need to worry about whether I've got the resource. Well, the new attack from the media is that somehow I am a crook, I am dishonest. Yet another reason to hate me. Commentators over the weekend have said, oh, look at the interviews Nigel's doing. He's not himself. He's getting angry. Well, here's why. For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Levesoning. The press could do and
we're
found.
going to return to it.
She now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? But I've never been angrier in my life. I'm also pretty upset with the behaviour of this Labour government. They began in 2025 and then tried again into 2026 to cancel elections for taxpayers, and to do so on a vast and epic scale, albeit with the connivance of the Conservative Party. Why? Well, of course, fear of reform. I'm proud of the fact that we fought a legal action that got nearly 5 million council tax voters the right to go out on May the 7th and give their view. Now, of course, they want to reduce the voting age down to 16. Again, they think that will help damage reform. And just a couple of weeks ago, following the Makerfield by-election, they've changed the voting rules for the Manchester mayoral by-election. They've gone away from first past the post, again for fear that reform might win. And now they've come after our money. Now, to be clear, in the early days after the last general election, it was the huge increase in our membership at £25 a time that actually got us into a position where we could build a proper party. Over the last year, some big donors have been attracted to us. Extraordinary. These are men who've gone off as entrepreneurs around the world and succeeded. The sort of people we used to admire over centuries. Now government ministers refer to them in Parliament as malign actors. And so they keep changing all the rules again and again just to stop reform. Frankly, it is like living in a communist country. I could never have believed such a thing would happen here. Ignore the fact, of course, that over decades peerages have been given to donors, and that Labour's donors, in the run-up to the 2024 general election, now seem to have been awarded the most extraordinary government contracts. Perhaps Dominic Cummings was right last year when he said Whitehall will break the law to stop reform winning power. And we've been subject in the last few months to the use of illegally obtained information, firm evidence of computer hacking, and now leaks from government agencies. And this is all, of course, a great distraction, because we're about to get a Prime Minister who's coming in with no mandate whatsoever. He didn't even stand on the 2024 manifesto. This country needs a general election, even if Labour, the Conservatives and the media don't want it. And whilst this pile-on against reform happens, the boats continue to cross the English Channel. Our fractured defences make us look weaker and weaker against what I think is now an increasingly dangerous Vladimir Putin. Business confidence is the lowest it's now been for 16 years, and I speak to you from a capital city where men can't wear watches and women can't wear jewellery on the street. Britain is broken, and the public know it, and we need change. Now, the issue with my daughter was the final straw. Enough is enough. And I thought over the weekend, what shall I do? I could go out and try and make some real big money. I could go to the USA, where I've got plenty of offers. And then I thought, why should I be judged, today or in history in the future, by Sky News and their ilk? Why should they be the people that decide my fate when, as I repeat, I've done nothing wrong? I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that reform has started. And I would say this to you, the voters of Clacton: if I win, you win. Because if I lose, they win, and we will never, with the two old parties, get the type of fundamental change that we need to fix broken Britain. Thank you.
Well, that there, a statement from Reform leader Nigel Farage, a man who's clearly very, very angry. He stated about the allegations that have been made about him that he had done nothing wrong. He claimed demonisation by the press. He addressed the fact that he said broadcasters were harassing his family, and he there called at the end for a by-election. He says this will be a people versus the establishment by-election, and frankly, we will tell them where to go. If I win, you win, to the people of Clacton. If I lose, they win. And now he did make some comments about Sky News during that. And I should just say that we have a statement from Sky News I can bring to you. And it's this, that Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in this matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr Farage yesterday. We approached the property off camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. So that there's a statement from Sky News. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. So, Sam, as you were saying before we came to Nigel Farage, as expected, he's calling a by-election in Clacton. What is he hoping to achieve here?
Nigel Farage has put the question of his future to the people of Clacton in Kent, rather than the Standards Commissioner, in order to try and get popular backing for him against the welter of allegations that he is facing that's prompted questions, and the manner of the journalistic coverage has prompted his anger and his decision to to resign as an MP, trigger a by-election, and put the question to the people in that seat. He says that the establishment have decided that they cannot beat reform fairly, so they will use foul means. He's essentially saying that the process of rules and investigations into MPs is being politicised in order to undermine him, Nigel Farage and Reform UK, because they are doing so well, because they have the rest of the establishment on the run. You could see the outline of Nigel Farage's by-election campaign. He said that making money isn't a crime. That's what I've been doing. All of the gifts that I received before the 2024 election were personal, and they were not part of my political career. They were in part for safety, and he listed a number of occasions where he said that he and his family had been intimidated and needed support, and in this case, specifically financial support. He made this more personal than a speech I've ever heard from him before. I will not tolerate my family being endangered. Yes, I've never been angrier, he said. All sorts of allegations about the media. In particular, he talked about how some material was illegally obtained and there were leaks from government agencies. So they're again suggesting that the wider establishment in cahoots with the media against him. But at its heart, Nigel Farage, under pressure from allegations and indeed from some Reform UK colleagues in private, deciding to put the whole question of his future to the people of Clacton in Kent and let them try and settle it. It doesn't get you out of an investigation, it has to be said. But now, over the summer, over the August weeks, possibly meaning a by-election right at the start of September, the question of Nigel Farage will be put to a tiny little cell of the selectorate of voters of Clacton will decide his future.
OK, we're going to go to Michael Crick, who is Nigel Farage's biographer, who joins us now. Michael Crick, what do you make of this announcement today? Is it vintage Farage?
Well, it's a bold move, and he's taking a huge risk, a bit like Andy Burnham took a huge risk in fighting Makerfield. And it may not pay off, actually. I mean, remember way back in 2009, I think it was, when David Davis fought the Hulton Price and Howden seat, resigned the seat and fought a by-election. And the main political parties just said, this is a stunt. We're not taking part in this, the other main parties, but David Davis being a Conservative. And so you had this ridiculous result where David Davis won it overwhelmingly and all the other parties, and there were a huge number of them, were very, very minor, and it meant nothing. And it's quite possible that Labour and the Liberal Democrats and the Greens will decide to do the same thing in Clacton. Having said that, Clacton, it was a handsome majority that Farage won at the last election, 18%, 18,000 or so in the Essex, I stress Essex seat. It's always been one of the best prospects, for the best prospect, actually, going back 30 years. So it's the ideal seat to take action like this. But goodness knows what will happen in a campaign, who will stand. I mean, for instance, will Restore stand? The party led by Rupert Lowe, of course, the breakaway MP who was elected as a Reform MP at the general election and then fell out with Farage in a very big way, and is now done a remarkable job and got 7% in the Makerfield by-election, more than the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, double the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, what they got in that seat, in the first parliamentary seat they'd ever stood in. So that is a problem that Farage will have to contend with. Another thing that struck me about this speech is that Farage, he came out with the line that Sam mentioned, making money is not a crime. But nobody in this case is suggesting that making money is not a crime, providing it is done, within the law. The money we're talking about here wasn't money that Farage had made by his entrepreneurial skills and by his efforts and coming up with business ideas and organising and selling things and that sort of thing. The money that's in question here is donations. It's donations from Christopher Harborne, the cryptocurrency billionaire, and donations in kind from his great friend, Cottrell. Now, the young man Cottrell. So in the form of staff and accommodation and so on. And the question is, should Farage have declared those on the Parliamentary Register of Interests? Because the rules seem to say that you've got to declare anything above £300 that could be deemed to have a political connection that you've received in the previous 12 months. It's not about suggestions that we don't like, the world doesn't like, the media don't like, the establishment don't like, him making money out of cameo appearances or Farage gin he had at one point, or selling gold. I mean, people may laugh at those things, but nobody's suggesting that doing those things are against the law or that he's done it in a way that's against the parliamentary rules. And we really do need to make that quite clear, I think. I think he's been very disingenuous in trying to say, I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur, I've gone out and made money, unlike the cabinet. No, the questions that are being discussed here and which are being referred to and have been referred to the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner are about money that about gifts that he has received. And as I think he said at one point, it was like winning the lottery, getting that £5 million. The other point is this. He says that the Harborne money was for security, and yet he doesn't appear to have spent any of that money on security, because we now know, because of what the Sunday Times reported on Sunday, that actually it was George Cottrell that was paying for his security and supplying his security men. So Farage's statement has got a number of holes in it, and I'm sure other people will spot other ones over the next few weeks. The other point I would make is this, that even if he wins this by-election, and I think the odds probably are, the odds must be slightly in favour that he will win the by-election, that doesn't stop the Parliamentary Commissioner coming back after he's got elected to Parliament again and saying, well, Mr Farage, the last time you were here, there were some allegations, we're now going to pursue those. And, I mean, absurdly, that could actually end up with a second by-election. And does Farage really want to have two by-elections in the same seat when, incidentally, that's the other point. This speech is all about, I'm a Democrat, I believe in elections. Well, if he believes in elections, why haven't the people who've defected from the Conservatives to Reform fought by-elections? Why hasn't Danny Kruger fought a by-election in Wiltshire? Why hasn't Andrew Rosendale fought a by-election? Why hasn't Suella Braverman fought a by-election in the same way that UKIP MPs who had defected from the Conservative Party way back in 2014, they both fought by-elections and they won. So Farage may claim to be a Democrat, but he's a leader of a party with very little internal democracy. He himself was never elected, and he's avoided the challenge of his own MPs who he's taken from the Conservative Party having their own by-elections.
OK, Michael, we're just going to get you to pause for a second because we can bring on our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is at the NATO summit for us in Ankara. We only have you for a few moments, don't we, Beth? What are your thoughts about the events of this afternoon?
Well, Jane, we found out about the Nigel Farage statement on the way over to Ankara. The Prime Minister has just arrived here for the NATO summit, and the journalists were, I'm sure, like people back in London, all wondering, irritated and bad-tempered immediate appearances of late. And he has made a massive announcement today. He has announced he's resigning as an MP to contest a by-election in his constituency of Clacton. It will probably come in early September. And he said that he is doing this as a by-election of the people against the establishment. So this is Nigel Farage making the argument that he wants the people of Clacton to judge him after he has had a number of questions around donations he has taken and is under investigation from the Parliamentary Commissioner over that £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne, a crypto billionaire who lives in Thailand. Farage has consistently said it was a personal gift, but the rules state that if you take money in any kind 12 months before you become an MP, he took this money in the spring of 24, he became an MP in July. If in any way it could be construed as something not purely personal, that you should register it if there was any doubt. He did not register that money. He is now under investigation. In that statement, he also said that George Cottrell, the friend of his that has given him benefits, it now emerges, again in the run-up to the general election. He said in that statement that the Parliamentary Commissioner was looking into that now. We need to confirm that with the authorities. But look, what's going on here? It seems that Nigel Farage could be aware or suspect that he will get sanctioned by the Parliamentary Commissioner over these donations. And it could be that he then faces a recall petition in Clacton and he could face a by-election if he gets sanctioned and suspended from the Commons for breaches of parliamentary rules. And this seems to me that Nigel Farage is getting ahead of it and trying to take control of what's a very difficult situation for him. And he is announcing that he is going to run a by-election. He said, I've decided the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus establishment by-election, a chance to stick two fingers up to the establishment to frankly tell them where to go. And that's why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. So Farage there is saying, regardless of the parliamentary authorities looking into me, I am going to make this a verdict on me via the people of Clacton. But as Michael Crick was just saying there, he is still under investigation. That doesn't change it. It seems to be what Nigel Farage is doing is trying to frame this as the media establishment, as he puts it, going against him, as the Labour Party, which he was highly critical of, and the government also picking a fight with him. And he is, if you like, the people's politician, the populist versus the establishment. That is how he is trying to frame it. But the background for this really is a politician facing serious questions about donations he has taken ahead of becoming a parliamentarian, whether he has broken rules, what that means for his future as an MP. And he's trying to get ahead of this. But I should say at the beginning of that statement, he said that Reform have been ahead in 350 polls since the general election. That is true, but it's also true that of late, as these allegations have emerged around Christopher Harborne, the questions around that £5 million donation, now questions around his relationship with George Cottrell, who has been actually imprisoned in the US over his activities, whether or not he is in hot water over that, and he's trying to get ahead of that and call this by-election.
Beth, Thanks very much. That's our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is at the NATO summit in Ankara. And with me still in the studio is our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, and political commentator, Adam Bolton, as well. And Sam, it's probably worth reminding ourselves at this point, what were the results of the last time that Nigel Farage stood in Clacton? I mean, he had a whopping majority as it was. There is no danger of him losing that majority, one would assume, or otherwise.
We'll have to wait and see. So he won 46% of the vote in the 2024 general election, beating off the Conservatives, who were just shy of 28% of the vote. So a big win there that the other parties will be looking to overturn. He got 21,000 versus the Tories 12,000. Perhaps if you saw the kind of tactical voting that we saw some evidence for in Makerfield, that might change things. You've got 7,500 who voted for Labour and a couple of thousand for the Liberal Democrats and Greens apace. There was some evidence, I think, in the Aberdeen seat of some, a couple of weeks ago, of tactical voting there. So in this Essex seat, I think there is the possibility for that, but Nigel Farage comes from a strong position. All the polls put Reform UK in a stronger position, a yet further stronger position now than they were at the time of the general election.
We're just going to quickly dip out of this just briefly to just bring you another bit of breaking news, which we were going to keep an eye on across this afternoon. This is about Prince Harry and his case against Associated papers, the publishers of the Daily Mail. He has lost. The Duke of Sussex, Elton John, Baroness Doreen Lawrence's claims against the Daily Mail's publisher over alleged unlawful information gathering have been dismissed by a High Court judge. This was a number of allegations, 14 articles that were written between 2001 and 2013 over alleged unlawful information gathering. Associated Newspapers had strongly denied the claims. This was given in a written ruling by Judge Mr. Justice Nicklin in the last few minutes. We'll be getting a response to that throughout the afternoon. On Sky. Prince Harry is speaking at an event to do with the Invictus Games. This is one of the reasons he's across here in the UK at the moment. He hasn't made any public statement as yet on this, but we will get reaction to that as it comes in. But let's return to the breaking news this afternoon, and that is that Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has announced that he is going to call a by-election in Clacton. He is standing up robustly to allegations that have been made against him over the last few days about money that he has received, about numbers of properties that he has bought with money. He says, "I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken any law. Parliament has its rules, and I believed I've obeyed them after taking legal advice." We've got Sam Coates and Adam Bolton with us in the studio here. Adam, Michael Crick alluded to it in his interview, but it will be interesting, won't it, to see in this by-election in Clacton where Restore Britain stand here, nipping at Reform's heels in some places around the country.
Yes, indeed. I mean, one of the interesting things that's come out in the polling recently is that an extraordinarily large number of people more than 60% think that he would be a bad Prime Minister and are against him becoming Prime Minister. And what we saw in Makerfield, as Beth was saying, was an alliance developing against Reform UK, against Nigel Farage. And there is a possibility that could happen this time round. But certainly what we're seeing from Nigel Farage is, frankly, an effort to energise his base. He's not really focusing at those people out there who have never supported him, always thought he was a wrong. And what he's doing is reminding them of the glory days of securing Brexit, reminding them that he's been in the head of the polls for a long time and saying, come out and vote for me, and that will wipe away all the questions that the majority of voters have about him. And, of course, including choosing Clacton, he's chosen pretty fertile territory, although...
To be clear, Adam, it might wipe away doubts in someone's mind in Clacton, but it doesn't wipe away the fact that Parliament may want to...
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering, I mean, there are lots of technicalities about this, but it seems to me, as Beth was saying, that what he's trying to do is to get ahead of the potential disciplinary procedures against him in the House of Commons, which could have resulted in a suspension, which, as Sam was saying, could have resulted in triggering a petition for a by-election and then led for a by-election. So what he's done is short-circuited all that, and he said, right, let's have a by-election right away. But what I don't know is if he leaves Parliament now, is re-elected, does he then come back and is he then suspended for 30 days as soon as he gets back in, if that is indeed the punishment which is decided upon? So it's going to be a really, messy set of circumstances. But what he's doing, he's just been in the United States. I don't think he saw Donald Trump in person, but this is an absolute Trumpian ploy, saying, I'm the big man, I'm on your side, forget everything else. They're victimising me, they're victimising my family, but I'm willing to sacrifice all of that with a little bit of compensation of £5 million to come to your rescue. And this is aimed at the people who have considered voting for Farage in the past, trying to rally them back around him and around Reform UK. And as you say, there are those people already disillusioned with Reform UK on the right who've been looking elsewhere, particularly to Rupert Lowe's Restore. So
as you mentioned Restore, we've actually got a statement from Rupert Lowe and his Restore party. He says he's going to make an announcement later about Restore Britain's plans for the Clacton by-election. But he says Farage has proven one thing today and one thing only. Everything that he does is about one person, Nigel Farage. The people of Clacton do not need a media circus descending on their town over a busy tourist season because their MP has made a series of bad decisions. He should have declared that £5 million. He knows it. We all know it. Now he is going to weaponise a by-election to distract from that. This is going to cost the taxpayer a fortune, £250,000, eye-watering sums of money. Think about what that money could do for the people of Clacton. Will Farage fund it out of his own pocket? Because he jolly well should, I'll say here. This is making a mockery of our entire democratic process. He has made bad decision after bad decision and concealed money in a way that has spectacularly backfired. A by-election will not deflect from that fact, and nor should it. I will be making an announcement later today about Restore Britain's plans for Clacton-on-Sea. So, I mean, that was a point that I did make to you, Sam, a little earlier. Who funds this by-election? It doesn't come for free. It's going to cost a bob or two.
It is. And it is interesting. I think it's going to be a hell of a fight, if I'm being honest. And it does sound as if Rupert Lowe's Restore Britain party is where Restore Britain can sort of use its resources in a concentrated way, which is what happened in Makerfield. It got roughly in the region of 7% of the vote. So, somewhere in the region of about 3,000 votes. Now, what goes on in Essex is not analogous with what goes on in Greater Manchester. But nevertheless, if Restore Britain could get a few thousand votes with a big campaign and knock out, that's a decent chunk of the 8,000 that Nigel Farage won by in 2024. Now, those are not comparable numbers, but Nigel Farage will be hoping he's in a better position than he was before. But having an attack from the right, as well as a concerted attack from the left, could make this by-election quite uncomfortable.
I mean, it's also interesting that really what Nigel Farage is doing now has echoes of what Andy Burnham did in Makerfield, because, Andy Burnham's claims to become Prime Minister are fundamentally based on one constituency, Makerfield, and how strongly he polled there. And that, I think, may make it difficult for the Labour Party to criticise him for this particular move, because he's now saying, well, there's another microcosm of the British electorate, which is Clacton-on-Sea, and I'm going to fight there. And in the same way as Burnham chose Manchester, his own backyard, so Farage is choosing Clacton, his backyard. So, it's quite subtle messaging, political argument going on. What it certainly shows, yet again, frankly, is that Nigel Farage is no outsider. He is an absolute insider who understands the minutiae of how politics works.
And it's fascinating, isn't it? Makerfield is not the north, and Clacton is not, you know, east of London. These are very distinct constituencies with very distinct.
But nonetheless, what you're
them.
seeing is people, if you like, in both the case of Burnham and Farage, putting their political careers on the line to real voters when, as we were hearing from Michael Crick, so many other people who make political moves don't have the courage or feel the need to do that.
OK. Right, let's speak now to the former Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Ben Habib. Ben, very good to get your thoughts today. This was quite a Trumpian speech, wasn't it?
It was a Trumpian speech, but ultimately, effectively, what he's done in my mind is admit that the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner was going to throw the book at him. And he's tried to short-circuit the process and go back to the people, which is where he would have ended up once the PCS had ruled against him.
But does this necessarily mean that the parliamentary investigation won't happen? It'll still have to happen, won't it?
Well, in the case of, yeah, it will. In the case of Boris Johnson, it still continued. And I think they ruled in the case of Boris Johnson that he would have been suspended for 90 days. And of course, his viewers will probably know a suspension of 10 days or more would create the opportunity for a recall by-election. But at that point, Farage would have been fighting a by-election with the PCS having ruled and with him having been found to be wanting of parliamentary standards, which, by the way, he is wanting in many, many respects. It's not just one issue. There's like a dozen things he's facing the PCS on, and he can now he can ignore all of that. He can paint this as an establishment versus the rebellion that Mr. Farage is Goliath versus David, he's David. All of these investigations into his monetary affairs are completely wide of the mark. He's now going to appeal to the British people to understand his position and effectively step aside from the process, the due process for judging his conduct as a parliamentarian.
We've just had a statement from Ed Davey. He says Nigel Farage has spent his whole life dodging responsibilities for his actions. This new stunt is his latest attempt to escape consequences for his biggest grift. We won't let him. We've just sat through a self-obsessed diatribe delivered by a Timu Trump who seems to think he's sat in the Oval Office. He's done nothing for his constituents and instead focused on lining his own pockets. The people of Clacton deserve better than a rubbish Trump tribute act. It would be a crime to waste taxpayers' hard-earned cash on this Farage vanity project. He should pay for it himself out of the millions he's grifted. What do you think of that?
Well, it's a punchy statement from Ed Davey, and I suppose one would expect a punchy statement from him. But the sad thing here is that Farage hasn't had his financial affairs in proper order. And let's just quickly enumerate them for people who might not be familiar with what's going on. There are 17 separate counts of failure to declare on the register, the parliamentary register, adding up to £384,000, a failure to declare helicopter flights, an under-declaration of private jet flights that he had courtesy of Mr. Christopher Harborne. And then, of course, there's the £5 million gift that he forgot to tell Parliament about. These are not... this is not one isolated incident that has involved Nigel Farage. This is a litany of failures to adhere by parliamentary rules, which by now he should have learned. And the 5 million figure, of course, is not a... He says it was a gift for his security. Let me tell you, no one in politics gifts someone 5 million quid for gratitude. They might do it, they might give you a bottle of champagne, a box of chocolates, or something like that to recognise the work that you've put in the past or because they like you. But 5 million quid, without a shadow of a doubt in any reasonable person's mind, buys influence. And the parliamentary standards are pretty clear. Even if it wasn't anything more than a gift, if it looks and feels like it might have been more than a gift, then it has to be declared. And again, the precedent here is Boris Johnson, because he had a holiday in Mystique. I don't know if you remember that. He had a holiday in Mystique on which he was pulled up on. And the rules of the parliamentary conduct were changed at that point to take into account what I've just said, that even if it even if it isn't, gaining favours, if it looks like it might gain a favour, you've got to disclose it. And Farage did make a disclosure of £9,000 in the Parliamentary Register for the 12 months preceding his election as an MP, but he didn't declare £5 million. It just doesn't add up. So he is merely forestalling the process, short-circuiting the process. That's what's going on here.
I thought one thing that was very interesting during his statement was him talking about the weekend. He said, I thought over the weekend about whether I should go. And I wondered, watching that, do you think this is a man who really wants to be Prime Minister?
I don't know. I mean, I think the people of Clacton are about to determine that for him.
Oh, sorry, we just lost you there. You said you don't know.
I don't know. The people of Clacton will determine, I think, largely whether he has a chance of even running as Prime Minister now.
But in terms of what you know of how he is, how he deals, you must be in contact with those still in Reform, despite the fact that you're not quite as aligned with him as you once were. I mean, what is the feeling within Reform? Is Nigel Farage, does he have the will to take this all the way?
Well, again, we'll find out. I mean, look, before I joined Reform, when Richard Tice, who was then leader, invited me to join, I set out some pretty serious concerns I had about Nigel Farage's funding, and including the donation of £1 million that Harborne made to Boris Johnson. I couldn't understand how Christopher Harborne, who's the gentleman that donated £5 million to Farage, I couldn't understand why he would donate £14 million to the Brexit Party and then £1 million to Boris Johnson, who was the competitor to the Brexit Party, a man who, for those of us who believe in the Brexit project, actually threw Brexit under a bus. And, we find Harborne on both sides of the transaction. So I raised these concerns with Richard Tice back in 2023. And I have flagged it to a number of my former colleagues and friends in Reform that there's something not quite right here and that people need to be looking very quizzically at what's going on with the finances of Farage and the party. And, but here we are. We've got complaints to the PCS, complaints to the Electoral Commission. There's a complaint in with the Financial Conduct Authority. And no doubt, HMRC will be looking at this as well, because if that wasn't a gift, then HMRC will declare that to have been taxable. And that's a whole new avenue of trouble. So I don't think trouble ends here for Farage. He may win this by-election, but the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner is going to rule, irrespective of whether or not that by-election takes place. He's got all these other accusations made against him that will have to run. And it's a whole heap of trouble. He's just going to have to try and brazen it out as David versus Goliath. That's his only option.
OK, Ben Habib, really interesting to get your thoughts today. Thank you very much. In the last few minutes, we've had a statement from Zach Polanski of the Green Party in response to this. He says Nigel Farage once again trying to con the public with this stunt, trying to duck the fact that his history of taking dodgy donations is finally catching up with him. This is not Nigel Farage v the establishment, but the establishment's man against truth, honesty and decency. As much as he now protests he's the victim of a so-called smear campaign against him, the truth is he's a grifter brought down by his own grifting. He's never been a man of the people, but a representative of the wealthy and establishment. We need to take big money out of politics with a cap on political donations and state funding for political parties so they're not in the pocket of the wealthy and powerful. It is 3 o'clock. You are watching Sky News. And the breaking news this afternoon, Nigel Farage is under intense scrutiny over his finances and his contacts and has announced that he will resign as an MP to trigger a by-election. He made a statement in the last hour, broadcast by Reform. Here are some of the highlights of what he had to say.
I've thought about it hard and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which should happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that reform has started. Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero. I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents: milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head. But let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
Well, I'm with Sky's Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and political commentator Adam Bolton here in the studio. But first, let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's at the NATO summit in Ankara. Beth, Nigel Farage has been under a great deal of scrutiny in the last few days because of his financial affairs, and now this.
He has, Jane, and when I interviewed him shortly after the local elections and mentioned Christopher Harborne, or asked him about Christopher Harborne, that £5 million donation that he received sometime in the spring of 2024 from a crypto billionaire that lives in Thailand, who has been a long-standing donor to the parties that Nigel Farage has fronted. He insisted it was a personal gift, and he got very, very tetchy about being quizzed on it. In subsequent interviews he's done with the press, he's got increasingly irritated, angry and defensive over the Harborne donation. That has escalated over the weekend after the Sunday Times revealed that he'd also taken donations before he became an MP from George Cottrell, who was convicted of wire fraud in the US in 2017. And Nigel Farage, he's a long-standing friend of Nigel Farage. He took a number of benefits from Mr Cottrell ahead of the general election in 2024. Again, questions about whether or not Nigel Farage should have made these donations clear to the parliamentary commissioners and registered them. And the reason that we have these rules is so that the public understand where politicians are getting their money from, because it is an essential foundation stone, if you like, of democracy. Now, Nigel Farage is under investigation from the Parliamentary Commissioner over the Harborne donation. He said in that press conference there, he's also, the Parliamentary Commissioner is looking at the Cottrell case as well. And it has been widely expected that it could be that he is found in breach of the rules. What follows from that after a series of processes is that he could face a parliamentary recall petition, and he could be forced to contest his seat, worst case scenario for him in Clacton in a by-election. And he's jumped the gun, if you like. He's tried to get ahead of this today, and he said that he is resigning as an MP to stand in a by-election in which he is trying to frame this as the people versus the establishment, arguing that it will be the people of Clacton that will judge him for his actions and decide whether they are backing Nigel Farage or backing, as he puts it, the establishment, the government, media organisations, who he says is trying to undermine him and put unfair allegations against him. But look, just to sort of get away from all the rhetoric around it, the facts are that he's under investigation over these donations he has received, and those investigations will continue regardless of whether or not Nigel Farage contests a by-election. So we are now going to head into this by-election. There are still investigations into Nigel Farage, and his political opponents are really weighing in on this. We've got Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, saying this is an attempt to escape the consequences of his biggest grift, as he puts it. We won't let him, describing Nigel Farage as self-obsessed. Sat Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, has just in the last few minutes put out a statement saying that Nigel Farage is trying to con the public with this with this by-election, trying to duck the fact that he has a history of taking dodgy donations, and it's finally catching up with him. Polanski said this is not Nigel Farage versus the establishment, but the establishment's man against truth, honesty and decency. But the scene is now set for Nigel Farage to at least try to argue that he is going to seek the verdict on this from the people of Clacton. But this is actually about parliamentary rules, where he got these donations from and should he have declared them. And the reason that we have parliamentary rules like this is that there is complete transparency around politicians in public life, where they are getting donations on, because they, in our parliament, decide the rules and laws by which we are all governed.
Beth, thank you very much. Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here, as is Adam Bolton. And Sam, just remind us, in terms of Clacton, where this by-election is now going to be held because of what Nigel Farage has done, what were the results last time, and how does that compare to perhaps the latest polls and where we see reform in the latest polls, and what happened to Makerfield? Well,
in that Essex seat, you saw a pretty healthy majority for Nigel Farage. I mean, it has been a Tory seat, but also a UKIP seat in years gone past, also the place that Douglas Carswell was the MP for. And he had a majority of about 8,000 at the last election. And given that the polls have swung further to reform since the last election, I think Reform UK would hope that they start from a pretty solid position. But of course, you can never take electorates for granted. And we've seen examples where there's been a squeeze on the reform vote. We saw that even in Makerfield, actually, where people who might otherwise have supported other parties all got behind the one principal challenger to reform, and that in that case was Labour. Here potentially could be the Tories, who say they've already started the job of campaigning in Clacton against it. Now, a by-election is going to take place within 21 to 27 working days. That kind of takes us to August the 6th or August the 13th if Reform UK moved the writ in the Houses of Parliament pretty quickly. So we could be looking at a sort of at a mid-August election. There is one election before then. That's the Greater Manchester mayoralty election at the end of July. So it's going to be a pretty busy period electorally. And of course, we'll have just had a change of Prime Minister as well on July the 20th. So there's a lot going on in British politics, which I think gives you also that air of unpredictability. One of the things that wasn't true in 2024 was this emergence of Restore Britain. Now, that is a party that I think in Makerfield got about 7% of the vote. I think what people up there saw was the ability of Rupert Lowe's party, particularly backed by Elon Musk and social media, to marshal individual campaigners to come to that seat.
Sam, we've just got a statement for a spokesperson for Andy Burnham, who says this is a gimmick designed to distract from serious allegations about Farage's funders. What really matters in politics is how we can change Westminster to take power for communities and bring it back to people, to make life more affordable for them. So that from Andy Burnham's team. And Adam, I mean, you were just drawing that interesting comparison just a short time ago that fundamentally there are some similarities here. You know, both men calling by-elections in areas that they think they'll do well.
I mean, you could say Josh Simon's resigning was a gimmick. I don't think Andy Burnham would describe it like that, but nonetheless, I think that there is an issue there, although I would have thought Clacton, Labour will probably take a pretty low-key role and suffice and limit themselves to criticising Reform UK and Nigel Farage at a national level, but perhaps at a distance from the electors. And it really does come down to how people feel about Nigel Farage. I mean, you know, that was a very well-delivered, well-argued speech from Nigel Farage, not one, of course, where, like Andy Burnham, he decided to take questions, but he's now got to persuade people who have seen the headlines about him taking all this money, who have seen counter headlines about the steam going out of the Reform UK balloon. He's trying to reverse that direction. But, you know, it may be that, you know, the voters in Clacton are attracted by Restore. And, of course, you know, where Restore can pick up its voters is from people who voted for reform in the past. So that could be a problem. I think we could see a certain amount of collusion behind the scenes between the campaigns of Liberal Democrats, Labour and Conservatives, because they would all love to finish off Nigel Farage and would take anybody else instead of him. And this is
the Greens,
this is an important note to bear in mind. Nigel Farage loses it, game over. Game over for him, and quite possibly game over for Reform UK.
Interesting thought. Let's bring in Deputy Political Editor at The Spectator, James Healy. James, is Nigel Farage trying to circumvent a parliamentary investigation here, do you think?
Well, I think very much so. I think that he's very much been distracted in recent weeks. He's very much been frustrated by the ways in which the establishment, as he would see it, how the parliamentary authorities have been handling this. And I think, Jane, he's always felt very much more comfortable going on the front foot. He wasn't determined to sort of just sit here, meekly take the blows. He wants to be out there fighting and campaigning. The campaign trails where he's always felt best. And now the contest is on. He knows who his opponent is. He knows the arguments he'll be making. And I think he'll feel relieved and satisfied that he's once again seized the initiative and has everyone scrambling to keep up with him.
Is this an opportunity for Restore Britain or a problem for them?
Oh, I think this is an opportunity for them. I think that a lot of the people in Restore Britain are very much animated by a loathing of Nigel Farage for whatever reason. Some of it's personal, some of it's to do with sort of frustrated career ambitions. I think they will be standing a candidate here, and I suspect they will be throwing everything at it.
We've had so many statements this afternoon already from various politicians who say Zach Polanski, Nigel's trying to con the public with this stunt. Ed Davey, he's spent his whole life dodging responsibility. Rupert Lowe, the people of Clacton do not need this media circus. It's going to cost the taxpayer a fortune. The allegations that are being made against Nigel Farage, he is trying to paint these allegations as a conspiracy by the rest of the world against him, by the establishment. How serious are the allegations that are being put to him?
So I think that there are some serious concerns within Reform about some of the claims and kind of how he deals with them. I think the question is, of course, is about momentum. And I think that, you know, we've previously talked about Nigel Farage's sort of force field around him. He's been able to deflect criticism. By doing this, it means now we're not talking about the contest, rather than some of those questions. For me, today was very much the equivalent of his Chequers speech. In 1952, Richard Nixon had a whole bunch of questions about donations he'd received, but he chose to focus the debate on a little dog he's received called Chequers, and it basically led to Nixon becoming incredibly popular and helping to win that contest, the presidential race in 1952 with Eisenhower. This was the equivalent of it. He talked about his security, he talked about issues he felt more comfortable on, the things he felt most aggrieved about, rather than some of the awkward inquiries, the awkward lines of thought that were in that Sunday Times piece a few days ago. And he's trying to refashion the debate around something he feels much more at ease talking about, and very much an arena in which he thrives, which is pavement politics and a literal campaign, which is something he always likes the most about politics.
He thinks that the journalists have got a particular problem with him. They have a particular problem with these large sums of money that he has been gifted. Do you think the voters have the same problem with this?
I think the key is about which voters. My understanding is that, you know, from polling from opposition parties, a significant chunk of Reform voters will love Nigel Farage, whatever he does. The key question, of course, is going from a 15% party to a 35%. And there is a chunk of sort of Conservative Reform waverers who are a little bit put off by some of this sort of, I think what Boris Johnson called the whiff of sulphur of Nigel Farage, the sense that perhaps he isn't all straight. And I think that they will be the ones who the Conservatives hope to exploit and capitalise on. So I think that it will be an issue for some voters, but certainly not all of the Reform base.
Another large thrust of what he was saying is basically he is the victim here. It plays to his supporters on social media, doesn't it? How significant do you think is the way the statement was made, the framing of it, the language that was used, the message that he's trying to get across here? It's very much from Trump's playbook, isn't it?
Well, I would say probably that Nigel Farage predates Trump. You know, he's been doing this for many, many years. Look, I think that this was classic Farage today. It was the time and setting of his choice. It got all of us excited. An emergency press statement, no questions, of course, but an emergency press statement, a long sort of list of grievances against the political class, and thereafter the rabbit out the hat, the big reveal, the big announcement. So this was very much his turf, what he felt comfortable on. He was in Millbank Tower, overlooking Parliament, and it does lend itself to a people versus Parliament election. We wait to see, of course, what will happen, but I think he will have felt very much more favouring his odds. He's a gambling man. He likes a flutter. He'll have preferred his odds out in the country than it was waiting in the Commons, in an arena he's never felt particularly at home at since being elected 2 years ago.
James, Adam Bolton's just here. He wants to come in with a question.
Well, I just want to ask you make one point that, of course, Nixon may have won as vice president, but he went on to lose to Kennedy when he sort of presidential candidate. So checkers perhaps didn't do all that magic. But secondly, I mean, you've been writing, The Spectator's been writing, what's Boris Johnson up to? I mean, what price of Boris Johnson versus Nigel Farage showdown in Clacton?
Oh, well, that really would be, the contest of all contests. We thought that Makerfield was the most important post-war by-election. This would really be a battle for the nation. I'm not sure that even among the sort of more, adrenaline-fueled optimists of CCHQ, they'd fancy putting a former prime minister here. And of course, with Boris Johnson, you never quite know what he's up to. I think that would be perhaps a gamble too far, but I would personally love to see it. And of course, remember, Nixon did lose in 1960. He came back 8 years later, and Nigel Farage has had more comebacks than any kind of sporting metaphor you choose to use. So we'll wait to see. But I certainly think that today was a master of framement of anti-establishment feeling. And if Boris Johnson were to stand, I think that would only add fuel to the fire of the reform resources.
James, there are political journalists who will be exasperated and raising their eyebrows at the thought of yet another contest on the horizon when they've had so many years of different parties, leaders swapping at the top. We've just had another by-election. There's another one now to come. Will the voters have the same level of inertia and exhaustion about another by-election, or do you think there's an appetite for it?
I think they will by the end of it. I would make the point, Jane, that you are going to see an absolute swarming of resources there. I mean, I was talking to people in Reform. For Gorton and Denton and Makerfield, they had too many activists on the actual polling day to get the vote out. They had hundreds and up to 1,000, I think, coming. And of course, that's not enough doors to knock. And I think that by the end of this contest, every single door in Clacton will be knocked by Labour, the Conservatives, Reform. And I think this is going to be the battle for the soul of the nation. That's how we framed. I think we'll be sick of it by the end of it. For Reform, it's interesting, isn't it? I think as an insurgent party, they love campaigning. They're very good at campaigning. The question is, of course, can they govern? Can they prove things differently? For now, they're happy fighting in these contests and winning them as they come. They've won, of course, the last two big local elections in 25 and 26. Less good at by-elections, but of course, this is a kind of more conservative feel to it. This is very much, it was conservative before 2024, been reformed since then, and I think it's turf on which they'll feel much more confident than, say, Gorton and Denton, or indeed Makerfield against Burnham.
Sam Coates is here. He wants to come into
Hello, James.
a bit of a pile-on.
Can you help with a bit of a conundrum? This is not really a fair question, but could we end up in a situation where Nigel Farage wins the by-election, but then is subject to a recall petition and then has to face a second by-election in quick succession? From my reading of the rules, that looks like it's a very real possibility. What do you make of that?
Sam, that is my read as well, which is that, you can have the pause in the investigation, you could have a second recall. I suppose there's the element of farce in all this. If he does win, and you think he wins with more than 50% of the vote, which seems likely given his reasonably high vote share last time and the nature of this contest, would they really, with political opponents, really want to force that contest? And I suppose also it's how the dynamics can shift. Right now, he's been on the back foot for a while, but if he wins that contest, emerges as a winner, gets the bounce back, and Reform does keep going up in the polls, you wonder about having another contest in that circumstances and kind of what the optics would be in the dynamics. So, and of course, what's happening with the new government at that point, presumably under Andy Burnham. So, yes, I think that could be a possibility, Sam, but I think let's focus on this first by-election to begin with, perhaps.
But James, if you were the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, between them, I think probably have the majority on the Standards Committee that would make the decision. Why not throw absolutely everything you can at Nigel Farage? See him win once, but then just the shine come off the perpetual campaigning. Isn't there a chance that actually that second by-election, should we get there, plays in Nigel Farage's opponent's hands?
There could be, but I think, where does he look weakest? And my personal view is, from the last few weeks, he's looked weakest when he's in forums in which he's least comfortable. Things to do with standards, propriety questions, ones in which there's difficult questions, rather than kind of being on the campaign trail, which he tends to actually quite enjoy, in places that he feels are his people, very much that Clacton seaside town. So it could be the case, but I think that actually, he actually quite enjoyed the campaign rather than being stuck in committee rooms facing difficult questions, which actually would encourage perhaps a more long, drawn-out process, agonise the pain rather than have a campaign trail.
James, thanks so much for now.
Pleasure.
Really good to talk to you there. James, Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator, James Heal there. Let's cross to polling expert Joe Twyman, who joins us now. Joe, fascinating afternoon. Will Nigel Farage win a by-election in Clacton, do you think?
I think he certainly can, and he's certainly hoping that he will. This is clearly a strategic position to place himself on the front foot, to take part in the contest from a position of strength, having called the election himself, rather than a position of weakness, having it forced upon him through a recall or something else. At the last election, he won 46% of the vote, so not a majority, but pretty close to that. And yes, he has had personal reputational damage as a result of the coverage of the gifts and various other arrangements. But will that have enough of an effect? Well, by-elections are weird and wonderful in so many different ways, and this one will be no exception. But I think his personal brand, particularly in Clacton and areas like Clacton, will be enough to take him over the edge. But it's really unclear because we don't know what kind of strategy those to the left of reform, whether it's Labour and Greens, what they will do in terms of opposition. We don't know what the Conservatives will do as the primary beneficiaries from any anti-reform votes, and certainly the ones that will be best placed to defeat Nigel Farage. And we also don't know what Restore UK will do to the right of reform. And all of these complexities mean that the decision still represents a risk, and the outcome cannot be guaranteed. If the last 10 to 15 years of British politics have taught us anything, it's that nothing can be taken for granted, but nothing can be ruled out entirely.
There's the risk of voter exhaustion as well, isn't there?
Yes, I think that's true, but that's true for any by-election. And we have seen now 3 very high-profile by-elections, almost growing in profile and importance as we go along. And there's no doubt that if you're in the Clacton constituency, you are about to be absolutely inundated by campaigners, press, and various other hangers-on. And yes, that may have an impact. It's also, of course, going to be taking place over the next few months during the summer, when once the World Cup's out of the way, there isn't probably that much other news going on, at least relative to what would be happening at other times of the year. So it may be that we hear an awful lot about this, and this may be too much for voters in the constituency, may be too much for voters nationally as well, who switch off.
There are those, Joe, who will say that this is our gargantuan waste of money as well.
Well, yes, that's certainly true. But I think for the typical voter, the average voter and the 50% of people less engaged than the average voter in the street, they're probably not thinking about that cost. But that may well be part of the attack that others use against Nigel Farage, that he has called this for his own vanity, to deal with his own issues, and that it's the taxpayer that has to pay for it. So I'm sure that will form part of the attack, but it certainly won't stop there, I imagine.
Hello, Joe. It's Sam Coates. I'm wondering what you think the lesson of the Boris Johnson years was. He was the last sort of political figure to try and balance an attack under the rules with the fact that he was quite popular with the public. My impression is that works for a bit, but over time the public tire and become more susceptible to conduct charges and to allegations that you may have broken this rule and that. Could this work, kind of pitting the people against the establishment for a bit, but after a while, actually, it's not the kind of ace card that Nigel Farage thinks it is?
Well, clearly Nigel Farage is adopting that people versus the authorities position, and presumably he's doing that because he thinks it's the most effective. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed. And I think there is a risk of things really looking tired after a while in the eyes of the voters. I think individually, each of the individual accusations against Nigel Farage, whether it's the £5 million, whether it's the more recent things around George Cottrell, I think individually those aren't going to have an effect for the average voter. But I think the cumulative effect could be damaging. And what Nigel Farage places himself in now is a spotlight of publicity around his personal and financial affairs that will continue for what I assume will be months until the by-election takes place. And during that time, if continued questions are asked that he is not able to answer to the satisfaction of the general public, it could be that the cumulative effect of all of those starts to answer broad questions about whether he can be trusted, whether he behaves in appropriate ways, whether he is the right person for the job, etc., etc. And those broad questions are what could really be, the answer to those questions are what could really be damaging to him at the by-election. As I say, I don't think that is the most likely option, but I don't think it can be ruled out either.
I mean, when we look at the latest polls, the latest national polls for reform, it's worth reminding viewers, isn't it, that they are doing very, very well.
Yes, that's right, and they have been not since this last set of local elections, but the year before their local elections. They've led in every published poll since then. But that is nationally, and as we've discussed, by-elections are very different from the national picture. It's always wrong to extrapolate the results from a by-election to what that would mean nationally, but similarly, it's wrong to think, well, what would nationally mean for the by-election? Clacton, a constituency that I grew up just 15 minutes from, so I know very well, is an area dominated by older white voters, 96% white at the last census in 2021, and also a poor area with areas of deprivation, with fewer people with fewer educational qualifications. That's precisely the kind of area that has leaned towards reform, but also UKIP previously. It was, of course, the constituency that Douglas Carswell won as a UKIP MP, but also won as a UKIP MP at a by-election. And so the demographics, coupled with the strong personal brand that Nigel Farage has, which is popular among a certain type of voter, certainly places him in a strong position, even if the whole move still represents a risk.
Joe and all of those in the studio have just got a bit of breaking news. Reform UK have offered to cover the cost of the by-election. This is a statement on social media. I mean, I don't even know if they're able to do that. I'm not even sure if that is legal, but that is what we are hearing. Reform UK has offered to cover the cost of the Clacton by-election triggered by Nigel Farage quitting as an MP. He has said on social media of the criticism that there has been this afternoon, there has been quite a lot of it has been about the fact that it is a waste of money.
I mean, there will be a problem about paying for a contest in which you're taking part, but it might be that they might want to make a donation to the council.
Yeah, there it is. It says, I've spoken to the CEO of Tending District Council. Reform has offered to cover the cost of the by-election. I will be writing to Rachel Reeves later today with the same message. Given that we asked for this by-election in the first place, it's only right that we pay for it.
The cost of the 2014 Clacton by-election was about $193,000. So that gives you a sense of the kind of sums that we're talking about. Joe, if you're still there, I've just got one more question for you, which is, if you were Reform UK, would you advocate a quick by-election, maybe on something like the 6th of August, or would you run this one just a little bit longer?
I'm sorry, Sam, I didn't hear the question. Could you repeat it?
Would you go for the quickest possible by-election date, or would you run this a little bit longer? Could we be seeing a by-election as soon as the 6th of August, or do you think maybe something a little bit later in August would work to Reform UK, since they get control of the timing, works in their favour?
If I was Reform UK, I would want as old an electorate as possible voting, so I would hold it during the summer holidays in the hope that people were away. But it represents a big risk, and a lot of people travel to Clacton during the summer, so it might make for holidays and things. So it might make things very complicated indeed.
Interesting. Joe Twyman, thanks very much. Really good to speak to you today. Thanks a lot for your expertise. So, if you were just tuning our way, let's recap our breaking news this afternoon. Nigel Farage is standing down as an MP and has said that he will stand again in the resulting by-election in Clacton. He announced the news in a statement that was broadcast by his party, Reform UK.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that reform has started.
Well, he spoke about the attacks that he's faced since entering politics.
I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents, milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head. But let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
Farage also spoke about the pressure he has faced recently over his public finances.
Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero.
He then spoke about the story in the Times this week and the impact it's been having on his family.
For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago, an inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? But I've never been angrier in my life.
Well, in a statement, Sky News has said Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in the matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr Farage yesterday. We approached the property off-camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. Well, let's talk to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, with me in the studio, and political commentator Adam Bolton. Sam, this is a high-stakes move from Mr Farage, isn't it?
It certainly is. His line is that the establishment have decided that they cannot beat Reform UK fairly, so they will use foul means instead. What's he referring to? Well, Nigel Farage today confirmed that he is facing not one, but two investigations by the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards over money that he receives, he would say were gifts just before the 2024 general election that he chose not to declare because he claims they were given to him in a private capacity that had nothing to do with his political work. Political opponents have cried foul and have asked for investigations. Nigel Farage actually confirmed those two investigations are underway. So Nigel Farage has got ahead of a potential investigation. He was expected to be questioned within the next couple of weeks and said today he has resigned as an MP for his seat in Clacton, and he will now stand possibly on August the 6th, possibly August the 13th, in a by-election that he has triggered in order to try and give the question of whether he should remain an MP, take that away from investigators and the potential for petitioners, and put that in the hands of the people of Clacton and get the initiative on this issue. It is a big, high-stakes gamble. Nigel Farage won that seat in 2024, the first time he'd become an MP, with a majority of just over 8,000. That's a pretty healthy majority, a little under 50% of the vote he got in that seat. And since then, Reform UK has seen a consolidation, improvement in its polling position. Frankly, a lot of people think that Reform UK are doing better today than it did at the point of the general election in 2024. So Nigel Farage starts from a strong position, just if you look at the numbers. However, there are challenges. We are seeing the electorate coalesce around anti-Farage parties, around anti-Reform UK positions. We saw that in Makerfield and elsewhere. You are seeing the emergence of a challenge from the right in the form of Restore UK's Rupert Lowe, who appears to be poised to enter into this by-election campaign. There's a lot of turmoil in British politics as well. We've got a new Prime Minister on July the 20th, a couple of weeks before, potentially before this by-election. So you cannot be sure how an electorate will respond. But Nigel Farage clearly hoping to do what he does best, which is to be the kind of little man against the establishment, if that is indeed the picture he can present to the people of Clacton, and take them on in a by-election back on the stump, one of his favourite places. We will see whether he wins. We will see whether this clears it up entirely. But Nigel Farage clearly angry about how he has been treated after a slew of allegations that he's being formally investigated for.
And Adam Bolton, political commentator here. I mean, Adam, I'm still not entirely clear what happens now with parliamentary standards investigation. If someone is no longer an MP, can they be investigated, or will this be put on hold until he maybe wins a by-election and then he will then be investigated again, or will the investigation go on despite the fact that he's resigning?
I think we will need some adjudication on this. I mean, certainly the investigation will continue for now because it relates to someone who was elected as an MP in 2024 about his behaviour immediately prior to that.
And he remains an MP, does he, until the by-election?
No. He will have to apply for the Chiltern Hundreds, and then there will be a moving of the writ for the by-election. And it could be a bit of a farce, this by-election. I mean, one possibility is that the main parties just say this is a gimmick. We're not going to bother.
Well, they've all said that pretty much in their statements this afternoon already.
And they say, therefore, we're not going to bother fight this by-election. We're not going to put up candidates. We're not going to give Nigel Farage the satisfaction of battling against the establishment, and it'll be Nigel Farage against Count Binface and Lord Hope and the rest, which might be a bit of a humiliation for him.
Do you think that's a possibility, Sam?
We will see. I mean, the counter to that is that there are signs amongst the electorate of a coalescing around anti-reform votes. I think you saw that in Aberdeen South, you saw that in Makerfield. People work out which party keeps out Reform UK and then votes for that. So could that be something, could Labour voters swing behind a Tory candidate? Could Green voters swing behind a Tory?
That'll be Binface's moment.
John Craig will be delighted. But then again, if you properly want to trivialise it and you just assume Nigel Farage would win, why put anyone through its paces? It's going to be fascinating to see. We'll just leave Restore Britain to fight it out with Nigel Farage and let those two parties. I think there will be some interesting moves and calculations in the coming days.
We've just got some footage of a couple of Reform UK members, Richard Tice and Lee Anderson, leaving a building near where we are today in Westminster after this statement. I think they've got some words for the camera. Let's listen in.
Brilliant. Every possibility he could face an investigation even if he wins, could he not?
Would it not have been better that he could have been clear about his donations? But he didn't say it in the first place. He should have said it earlier, should he not?
Why then is the Parliament...
Bit tricky to hear what they were saying there. Brilliant. I got from Richard Tice there, obviously sort of
I would expect the Reform UK MPs to fan out across the media to now make the case in favour of their boss, make the case for the by-election and make the case for Nigel Farage's victory in that by-election. You know, what's interesting, Jane, is when I think back to where we were maybe last August and September, Reform absolutely riding, unquestionably high, dominating the agenda on the subject of immigration. The tone of Nigel Farage and people around him was a lot more relaxed, was a lot more kind of, the charm was being deployed rather than, just that little hint of menace and quite a lot of anger, which seems to be the dominant kind of way that Nigel Farage is coming across at the moment. Do people like angry Nigel Farage as much as they like the charmer with a cigarette in his hand and a pint? That will be an interesting question as we go into the by-election. You are seeing the frustrations of somebody who I think does not feel that he is either doing as well as he could do or is fighting against an establishment. But Nigel Farage has fought against the establishment all his career. That's what he's made a lifetime of. So is what he's facing now really markedly different to previous moments in his career when he's faced stories about funding and all the rest of it?
But the point is, do people still see him as a victim, which is how he's presenting himself, or does having the money and the support that he now has, that he freely admits he now have, does that not inevitably make him a member of the establishment? And the poorer voters in Clacton and all that, do they still identify with Nigel Farage in large numbers as their champion? And he, there is very much an open question of him trying to reverse a tide which to a certain extent has been going out on him over a period. I mean, one thing that this will do, I suspect, is hold Reform UK up in the opinion polls for a bit longer. In that sense, he's winning. And in that sense, in the media coverage he's getting, even as he rails against the media, he is winning again. And, important point to make about Nigel Farage is he's saying that a perfectly legitimate question was asked of his daughter outside his house. He's trying to say he has been, as Donald Trump keeps saying, persecuted like nobody else. We've had David Amess and Joe Cox, MPs on either side of the spectrum, killed by people. I don't think Nigel Farage is a victim to that extent. And I even think all this talk about his security, compared to what most MPs go through all the time, is frankly hyped.
Interesting, we've just had the first response from Kemi Badenoch of the Conservatives to what's going on. Kemi Badenoch has been talking to my podcast co-host, Anne McElvoy, and Kemi Badenoch has been saying, what I saw was a man who was cracking under the pressure, going on telly, having a hissy fit, because for the first time he's finally having to face some scrutiny after a very long honeymoon, and he cannot handle it. She also declined to say whether or not the Tories would field a candidate in this by-election. The Tories, I think, would be in pole position to defeat Reform UK if you just looked at the 2024 results. So that's quite interesting. The Green Party, by contrast, we understand Zach Polanski's already kicking the sort of campaign into action, even though it's for the local party to work out whether it's going to stand a candidate. So they seem to be a little bit further ahead on that. But that you can get a sense of the tone that the Tories will take, trying to highlight this as a moment where Nigel Farage feels under strain in a way that he hasn't, like in recent times. I do think the Tories have ratcheted up pressure on Reform UK in recent weeks. They have much more vigorously stated that they won't do deals with Reform UK before or after an election, and try to, it looked to me, play more of a role in the sort of anti-Farage coalition that they think. The question is whether the voters of Essex and Kent would join an anti-reform coalition, or whether or not they would be more tempted to vote in a way that kept Labour out of power.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. Well, here in the studio, we're joined by Reform UK's Treasury spokesman, Robert Jenrick.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good of you to come in this afternoon. Nigel Farage is already the Clacton MP. He says he's done nothing wrong. He says that he is a victim. Why not stay and clear his name and let the Parliamentary Commissioner do their job?
Because it's ultimately not for the people in the Palace of Westminster beside us, the two old political parties that failed this country, their acolytes in the media, to play judge, jury and executioner of who is the Member of Parliament for Clacton and who is going to be the next Prime Minister of this country. It is the people. And Nigel has got the courage of his convictions to put his career on the line, the job he loves, representing them in Parliament, and give the people of Clacton the choice. And that's what we should do in a democracy. And that shows that Nigel is a man of courage and determination. And goodness me, we need that right now.
But the House of Commons and the rules surrounding how MPs are elected, how MPs are funded, how they declare where money comes from, goes to the heart of democracy, doesn't it? It's about transparency. We have the rules that MPs must declare where any money or any benefit in kind that they get comes from, so that we, the rest of the public, know that those making the rules are abiding by the same rules that we have to live by. That is the heart of democracy, isn't it?
Well, look, Nigel's not broken any rules, but, you know, forgive him for not being that trusting in the people in the building beside us. Look what's happened in the last week alone. You've had the leader of the Conservative Party comparing Nigel Farage to Jeremy Thorpe, a man who stood trial for conspiracy to murder. I mean, that's just sick. You've had the Labour Party trying to change the law to stop British citizens donating to Reform, which comes on the back of them denying illegally 5 million British people the right to vote in the May elections. And you've had parts of the media, Sky News, banging on the door of Nigel's daughter's house, someone who has obviously nothing to do with public life. Enough is enough. Nigel is sick of the way that the old political establishment and their media friends are treating him, because ultimately they are treating the British public with contempt, because they don't want the change that Nigel represents to happen. Let
me just pick up on your comment about Sky, because it's just important that our viewers know what's going on. We have a statement from Sky News which says Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift that he accepted from Mr Cotterill. Given the clear public interest in this matter, we've been seeking a response from Mr Farage. He's not engaged with these questions. Therefore, we've made reasonable and proportionate efforts to seek a response from him. Sky News approached a property off camera as part of a broadcast pool operation linked to Mr Farage in an effort to obtain a response from him. This is a well-established news-gathering practice when seeking comment from individuals at the centre of matters of legitimate public interest. We can't comment on the activities of others in the broadcast pool, we should say. We approached the property off camera, knocked on the door. The individual who answered was an adult, and we have established that this was not Mr Farage's daughter. We identified ourselves. The occupant chose not to engage. So that is the statement that I'm able to give you from Sky News.
Why did you knock on the door of Nigel Farage's daughter's house? What possible public interest was served by that?
Do you have children? I take you to the statement. I take you to the statement.
Oh no, don't hide behind the statement. You're the representative of Sky News.
Any statement.
Would you like people doorstepping your son or daughter?
It is a standard media practice.
I wouldn't. To doorstep people's kids now, is it?
To doorstep.
I can tell you for a fact it's happened to me.
Did you enjoy that experience?
My children have been doorstepped.
Did you enjoy that?
I didn't enjoy it, but I don't protest about it. I think it's perfectly legitimate for journalists to make inquiries.
Adam, so here we are. You're saying that it's perfectly legitimate for Sky News to hound the daughter of Nigel Farage.
No,
oh my God!
Hang on, wait a minute.
What planet
we're not talking about hounding, and we're not talking about banging on the door. Both of which are distortions of the truth.
Let me make my point.
I think it is perfect. No. Before you make false assertions about what happened,
nothing I've said is false.
I think that
it was Sky News.
You're asking
Sky News initially denied when it was 100% true.
I am saying that journalists.
How can anyone trust this channel when you lied about
journalists are entirely entitled to make inquiries. It's not against the law.
Kids?
It is not against the law. How old is Nigel Farage's daughter? I don't think she's a kid.
Of their children? You think it's perfectly legitimate?
Let's lower the tone. The point of the matter is that...
Sky News has lowered the tone.
Please, let me just put the point. The point is that there have been questions about a number of homes belonging to Nigel Farage. Media organisations in the public interest will approach those properties...
In the public interest... You are seriously arguing that it was in the public interest to go to the house of Nigel Farage's daughter. That is your argument, is it?
That is not my argument.
I'm
simply saying. I am simply saying that when
your argument has clearly fallen apart.
No. I'm simply reading the statement.
You're making the argument as to
why
I'm
not making any argument.
The political establishment, of which Sky News is clearly a part, is trying to hound Nigel Farage to try to get him to leave public life by putting pressure on his family. Well, it's not going to work.
No one's putting pressure on his family. No one is putting pressure on Nigel Farage's family. It is perfectly legitimate.
And tired old journalists like you, Adam, who have been part of that consensus for my whole life, are going to have to realise that the public are sick of this.
Listen, hang on a second. Hang on. It is perfectly legitimate for newspapers and broadcasters to try to establish whether a man who wants to be Prime Minister owns 5 houses or not. I think that's legitimate. And the reason why it's legitimate is because someone else who once wanted to be Prime Minister, Jeremy Hunt, declared that in his members' interests. What we've got is Nigel Farage not following the rules that are required of political candidates. That's the fact. I'm not obfuscating. It's a fact. You keep on saying he's done nothing wrong. There are parliamentary rules, and most people looking at those rules would see that he has violated those.
Isn't it funny that when I challenged Sky News on air, all of these so-called great political journalists assembled in front of me don't want to actually answer questions. You hid behind a statement by some PR guy in Sky.
I'm answering your question.
You said it's in the public interest, and you say it's not in the public interest. You said you didn't like it when people doorstepped you when you did something wrong.
I've also got a very simple question for you. If you disrespect the House of Commons, if you think it's just full of the old establishment parties who are going out, then why is Nigel Farage bothering to become an MP?
Because he wants to lead this country and turn it around. Well, that's why.
In other words, by being
who've been part of the consensus,
hang on, wait a minute. In other words, Nigel Farage wants to lead this country. So you're saying by being elected to Parliament, he acquires legitimacy.
Right.
I'm saying to you that anyone who's elected to Parliament has legitimacy.
You and your old your Labour cronies. You're finished after the next general election. We're going to bring about real change in this country, and Nigel is going to test that with the people of Clacton. And I'm sorry, Sky News, bang on the door of his kids if you must. I personally think that's disgusting, but you're not going to stop Nigel from standing in this by-election, from being elected Member of Parliament for Clacton, and leading reform into the general election, where we will finally bring about the change our country needs. Pick us up off the floor, off the gutter we're in at the moment, and make this country a great nation once again.
Let me step in. You have had your say. You've heard what we had to say. You've heard what Adam has had to say. Let's try and bring it back to the politics of this. In terms of what Mr Farage is hoping to achieve here, how confident are you that he is going to win? You've got Restore Britain biting on your heels. What if none of the other political parties put up candidates?
What I do know, well, if they don't, that says more about them, doesn't it? That they're too chicken to take Nigel on. All I can say is this. Nigel was elected against all the odds 2 years ago. He served the people of Clacton loyally for 2 years. He loves the constituency, I know that. He's talked to me so many times about it, and the people there, it informs his politics so deeply because he sees how broken the country is through the eyes of his constituents, people who are struggling at the moment. Their wages are going nowhere, their energy bills are going through the roof. There was literally a small boat that was intercepted landing on one of the beaches in his constituency the other day. It is in the name of the people of Clacton that he wants to be Prime Minister of this country so he can turn it around and make their lives better. That is the change that reform stands for.
If you believe in democracy so much, why haven't those who've defected from the Conservatives to reform stood in by-elections?
Because we want a general election. I am ready and willing to stand in my constituency of Newark when there's a general election, and I have said time and again to Andy Burnham, our incoming Prime Minister, call that general election. Test the will of the people in the whole country, not just in one or two constituencies.
Robert Jenrick, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
We've had a response from the Prime Minister in the last few moments. Let's just bring you that now.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze. Politics should be about improving the lives of millions of people, not about personal gain, not about hiding dodgy donations. And I think the public will see this for exactly what it is.
Well, that's the response of the Prime Minister there. Let's return to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Anne Bolton is still here with us. Sam, the Prime Minister, along with a number of other the leaders of the political parties, suggesting that this seems to be a gimmick in their eyes.
And we've heard the Conservative leader decline to say whether or not the Tories will put up a candidate in Clacton. Let's see what kind of fight this is. But you heard from Robert Jedrick there, with a considerable degree of passion, that Nigel Farage sees or seeks legitimacy in what he does from the popular vote. When challenged about whether or not he has broken rules, they insist not, but insist it's for the people rather than the adjudicators that would normally determine whether an MP has breached the conduct rules, as to whether or not he thinks the people of Clacton should be the right group to determine whether or not Nigel Farage was wrong not to declare 2 sets of donations, both of which he is under investigation for. The question is, does this by-election really wipe the slate clean? Nigel Farage will hope that the answer is yes. We will see.
Well, we don't know that, do we, Adam? Whether or not it will wipe the slate clean and these allegations will still stand.
Well, I would have thought that if he's re-elected as an MP, then he'll be still subject to parliamentary rules. And, of course, there's going to be very, very close scrutiny on how much money and whose funds this particular by-election. And, therefore, that could mean that he's storing up trouble. But clearly what he's trying to do is to say that if he wins, the voters of Clacton, as we just heard from Robert Jedrick, speak for the people, and the old media and the old parties are all being thrown out. And basically, therefore, as we've seen with Donald Trump, to intimidate what they describe as the establishment, say, well, you're clearly out of step with the view of the people, therefore you need to back off. And that leads us to a society where we don't have rules and the rule of law for the behaviour of our political leaders, which I don't think is a particularly attractive prospect. But that is the logic of the argument which is being made.
And Sam, just returning to, for those who perhaps don't understand what the questions are that Nigel Farage has faced over the last few weeks, there are questions about a certain number of funding from 2 different men for large sums of money that under parliamentary terms, others have said should have been declared.
That's right. George Cottrell, a long-term ally of Nigel Farage, who's been by his side for about a decade, gave an unspecified sum, probably in the tens of thousands, in the run-up to the 2024 election for his security, for his social media. That's one of the basically counts that others think he should have declared. The other was the £5 million from Christopher Harbon, a Thai-based crypto billionaire. Both of these characters gave money that Nigel Farage felt was not covered by the rules that required him to be transparent about those sums of money, enter them into the public register. He says that he took legal advice and is confident that that is the case, but clearly does not think that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards is automatically going to come to the same judgment, which is why he is attempting to take the question away from him and put it over to the people of Clacton in a by-election likely now in the first half of August.
We've just had a statement from Plaid Cymru, from their Westminster leader Liz Saville-Roberts on this. She says this was a self-pitying monologue from a man who has done more than anyone to stoke division, turn communities against each other and embolden the anonymous trolls who launch vile attacks on social media against elected representatives, especially women. Nigel Farage calling this a people v the establishment election is laughable when he is a walking, talking embodiment of the wealthy and privileged establishment figure. For decades, he's exerted great influence over British politics while misrepresenting himself as an outsider. This is a man who's funded by billionaires and acts as a mouthpiece for their interests. By calling for a by-election, Reform UK's leader is only pandering to his own ego and squandering taxpayers' money in the process. Peel away the rhetoric, and today's attention-seeking exercise is little more than a last-ditch attempt at gaming the system in order to scuttle away from the cold light of impartial scrutiny. This seems to be an act of jumping before being pushed. So that's the statement there from Plaid Cymru's leader in Westminster. It is 4 o'clock. A reminder of our breaking news this afternoon. Nigel Farage is under intense scrutiny over finances, and his contacts has announced that he is standing down as an MP to trigger a by-election in which he will stand. He announced the news in a statement broadcast by his party, Reform UK. Here are some of the highlights of what he had to say.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started.
Well, he spoke about the attacks that he's faced since entering politics.
I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents, milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head, but let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
Well, Farage also spoke about the pressures he's faced recently over his public finances.
Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero.
He then spoke about a story in the Times this week and the impact it's been having on his family.
For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago, an inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? But I've never been angrier in my life.
Well, this is what happened yesterday when Sky News spoke to Mr. Farage.
Mr. Farage, Sky News, was it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Well, in a statement, Sky News today said that Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr. Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in this matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr. Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr. Farage yesterday. We approached the property off-camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. Well, in the last few minutes, we've also been hearing from the Prime Minister, who is attending his last NATO summit as Prime Minister.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze. Politics should be about improving the lives of millions of people, not about personal gain, not about hiding dodgy donations. And I think the public will see this for exactly what it is.
Our political editor Beth Rigby, who's also an anchor for the summit, gave her reaction to the statement.
It is true that Nigel Farage has appeared irritated and bad-tempered in media appearances of late. And he has made a massive announcement today. He has announced he's resigning as an MP to contest a by-election in his constituency of Clacton. It will probably come in early September. And he said that he is doing this as a by-election of the people against the establishment. So this is Nigel Farage making the argument that he wants the people of Clacton to judge him after he has had a number of questions around donations he has taken and is under investigation from the Parliamentary Commissioner over that £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne, a crypto billionaire who lives in Thailand. Farage has consistently said it was a personal gift, but the rules state that if you take money in any kind 12 months before you become an MP, he took this money in the spring of 24, he became an MP in July. If in any way it could be construed as something not purely personal, that you should register it if there was any doubt. He did not register that money. He is now under investigation. In that statement, he also said that George Cottrell, the friend of his that has given him benefits, it now emerges, again in the run-up to the general election. He said in that statement that the Parliamentary Commissioner was looking into that now. We need to confirm that with the authorities. But look, what's going on here? It seems that Nigel Farage could be aware or suspect that he will get sanctioned by the Parliamentary Commissioner over these donations. And it could be that he then faces a recall petition in Clacton and he could face a by-election if he gets sanctioned and suspended from the Commons for breaches of parliamentary rules. And this seems to me that Nigel Farage is getting ahead of it and trying to take control of what's a very difficult situation for him. And he is announcing that he is going to run a by-election. He said, "I've decided the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus establishment by-election, a chance to stick two fingers up to the establishment to frankly tell them where to go. And that's why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election." So Farage there is saying, regardless of the parliamentary authorities looking into me, I am going to make this a verdict on me via the people of Clacton. But as Michael Crick was just saying there, he is still under investigation. That doesn't change it. It seems to be what Nigel Farage is doing is trying to frame this as the media establishment, as he puts it, going against him, as the Labour Party, which he was highly critical of, and the government also picking a fight with him. And he is, if you like, the people's politician, the populist versus the establishment. That is how he is trying to frame it. But the background for this really is a politician facing serious questions about donations he has taken ahead of becoming a parliamentarian, whether he has broken rules, what that means for his future as an MP. And he's trying to get ahead of this. But I should say at the beginning of that statement, he said that Reform have been ahead in 350 polls since the general election. That is true, but it's also true that of late, as these allegations have emerged around Christopher Harborne, the questions around that £5 million donation, now questions around his relationship with George Cottrell, who has been actually imprisoned in the US over his activities, whether or not he is in hot water over that, and he's trying to get ahead of that and call this by-election.
Well, we just have had some response from Restore Britain, of course, a party that many will be looking at to see whether this will divide the vote from people who may vote Reform. They have said that they will, Rupert Lowe has said that they will not stand in the upcoming by-election in Clacton, that they will stand in the second one, in their words, held later this year when the investigation into Farage's finances conclude. This is the full tweet. Restore Britain will stand in the Clacton by-election. The second one, held later this year when the investigation into Nigel Farage's finances conclude, as we all suspect they will. We are not going to participate in a reform-sponsored media circus over the summer months that's designed to puff up Farage's ego and deflect away from wholly fair questions over why he's concealed such vast and irregular financial donations. Farage can play with his toys for the next 6 weeks, but Restore Britain is going to continue producing detailed policy papers exactly as we have been, outlining how we can fix our country. That is what I am interested in. Detail, data, policy, a plan. I feel for the people of Clacton, who deserve so much better than this unnecessary sham forced on them throughout their summer. So that is Rupert Lowe, the leader of Restore Britain, who said that they will not stand in this Clacton by-election called by Nigel Farage, but will stand in the one that is called after the parliamentary standards conclude their investigation. Also, I should say that we have had pushback from the Sunday Times following the criticism of Nigel Farage as they're reporting from them. Gabriel Pogren, the correspondent from the Sunday Times, says this is the Sunday Times' Insight Team investigation, which Nigel Farage cited in his resignation by-election statement, and which he has said has led to a new inquiry by the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner. We stand by our reporting into his undisclosed financial support from George Cottrell, which both Cottrell and Reform have already repeatedly confirmed. So Gabriel Pogren pointing out that the story in the Sunday Times, that they stand by it and believe every word of it to be true. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who joins me in the studio now, and Adam Bolton is still with us as well. Alex, this is high stakes for Nigel Farage, isn't it? We've seen the rest of the political parties all condemn him for calling this by-election. Restore UK, Restore Britain saying that they are not going to put up a candidate for this particular election. Could this backfire?
Well, that's interesting from Restore, because I think some of the people I've been speaking to in Reform were a little bit worried about this turning into a very unedifying fight, you know, on these two parties on the right, Restore and Reform. And we saw that play out in the Makerfield by-election. But it is interesting that all the opposition parties are united in calling this a stunt, saying this is all about Nigel Farage's ego. He just wants the publicity. And I think that sort of... Does that lower the stakes? I'm not sure. But it does sort of play into the narrative that he thinks this is an establishment stitch-up. And by the establishment, he doesn't just mean us in the media. He means his political opponents. We know he's got this fairly healthy majority in Clacton, but it is a gamble because, I mean, I don't know how much the public likes being dragged into these by-elections that aren't necessarily necessary. And this is exactly what he's doing.
Adam Bolton.
I think it raises what Restore have said, increases the possibility that the other main parties may decide to let this by-election go without contesting it. And what you were hearing there from Rupert Lowe is that he expects that there will be another by-election because once the House of Commons reports on Nigel Farage's financing, there would be a suspension. That would then trigger a recall petition. And if that was likely, there would be a by-election after he'd been judged, so he wouldn't have skipped that one and got re-elected. So, I mean, Ed Davies going to speak to you, he'll tell you, but I think there has to be a real possibility that the view taken at Westminster will be Nigel Farage is the MP there. There's no point in having another by-election and let him face the consequences as an MP. And, of course, presumably, if the main parties didn't fight in the by-election, Nigel Farage would be re-elected.
Well, as you say, Ed Davey has just joined us here in the studio, leader of the Liberal Democrats. Will the Liberal Democrats fight this by-election?
We believe in opposing Nigel Farage and Reform because of their policies they stand for. They have to be defeated. And what he's trying to do in this stunt is to try to distract from the wrongdoing that he has done. These allegations that were before the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards are very, very serious. And they should be investigated. And he's trying to muddy the waters and try and escape that investigation. I think people should see it for what it is.
But does that mean that you will contest it if he does stand and recalls a by-election, that the Lib Dems will go? We've heard Restore Britain today saying they're not going to put up a candidate. They see it as a sham by-election.
Well, first I want to explore with parliamentary colleagues if we can delay this by-election until the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards has reported. There's a danger there could be 2 by-elections, and that would not only waste taxpayers' money, but it would mean that Mr Farage wasn't being properly held to account. So my team are already onto this to see if we can make sure that we get the report from the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, so that is in the public domain for the people of Clacton. And that basically would prevent Mr Farage doing what he's trying to do. He's taken a leaf out of the book of Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is in trouble, he always tries to distract people and say, no, don't look there where I'm dishonest and I'm enriching myself. Look over there. And that's exactly what Nigel Farage is doing. It is clear he's been found breaking the rules, enriching himself, filling his own pockets, and not doing the work for the people of Clacton who he was elected to represent. So I think it's really incumbent on Parliament to make sure there's no by-election until the Commissioner of Standards has reviewed these very serious allegations.
What about the offer that Reform UK have made to pay for this by-election? But there's been obviously outrage from many that this is a waste of taxpayers' money in some people's eyes. They've suggested that they could pay for it. Do you think that that is in any way possible or desirable? Well,
probably paid for it by some of Nigel Farage's mates who are based in Thailand and got all their money from crypto. I mean, come on. The truth is we need the information from the Parliamentary Commissioner, a proper investigation into these very serious allegations. I don't think it should be, personally, and I'm sure reasonable people would think this is valid, it shouldn't be a by-election until the Commissioner for Standards has made his judgment on these allegations. Then the people of Clacton can know whether or not Mr Farage has been lining his own pockets and breaking the rules, as I strongly suspect he has.
And have you had any response from the Parliamentary Commissioner yet? Have you actually put in a...
Yeah. I think we're just all running to catch up on this, aren't we?
It's only an hour ago.
But we're looking... He's done this stunt, right, to distract people from his gross wrongdoing and these allegations that really need to be properly investigated. And in a serious democracy, you wouldn't have a by-election until you've had the report of the Commissioner of Standards, would you? I mean, it's crazy. But this is classic Nigel Farage trying to escape accountability, blaming everyone else. Poor me, he's trying to say, when actually it's the poor people of Clacton, because he was elected 2 years ago to serve them. He doesn't turn up there. He goes away and makes money from selling gold on the internet, from all these other things that he does. He doesn't do his day job. So let's get the Commissioner of Standards, and then if there's a by-election, which would almost certainly have to happen, if I'm right, and that he has broken these rules.
He, though, would say, and the polls would bear him out, that Reform is still doing incredibly well in all the polls, riding high, beating the Lib Dems and all the other parties into a cocked hat.
Well, it is doing well in some areas, but in many areas it's losing. You know, we were told that he was going to win this by-election, win that by-election, and they haven't won these by-elections, have they? And if I look at local council elections, where Liberal Democrats are competitive against Reform, we keep beating them. We beat them just on Thursday in a by-election in Wales. So I think when the people get a chance to see Nigel Farage and Reform for what they are, then they don't tend to vote for them. So you can look at the polls, but I've looked at local election results where we've been beating Reform.
OK. David, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much for coming in. Well, Kemi Badenoch has been at a political event this afternoon, and she had this to say about the Reform UK leaders' move.
I mean, what I saw was a man who was cracking under the pressure. He went on telly having a hissy fit because for the first time, he is finally having to face some scrutiny after a very long honeymoon, and he cannot handle it. All of us MPs have to register our donations. We have to register our gifts. Nobody is above the law. He decides that he doesn't want to do what everyone else has to do, that he's better than everybody, and now there's an investigation. There should not be a by-election on his terms. What there should be is a by-election if the investigation finds him guilty. Those are the rules. No one else has tried to break those rules except Nigel Farage. He is a man who is cracking under pressure. That's why he was shouting at journalists yesterday. And what we have to ask ourselves is this someone who can do the top job? He hasn't become Prime Minister yet, and he's already cracking under the pressure.
Well, Labour MP Jess Phillips told Sky News Farage has called the by-election to avoid scrutiny over his finances.
This just seems to me like Nigel Farage knows that he is banged to rights with the Standards Committee, is expecting a by-election to be called, and he wants to control the narrative on that. So I think that a by-election being forced on Nigel Farage was coming one way or another, and this way it holds off the Standards investigation, so no findings can be made, and he can... You know, if he's so confident he's done nothing wrong, he should face the systems that I have to live by, that Nigel Farage has to live by. They're all the same standards.
Well, joining me now is Chief Political Commentator at the I newspaper, Kitty Donaldson. Kitty, good to talk to you. Interesting just to talk to Ed Davey there. He says he thinks that the Parliamentary Standards Commission should be encouraged to get on with their investigations quickly, and a by-election should be delayed. Is that possible?
I don't think so. I've just spoken to a government source, actually, literally as Ed Davey was talking to your programme, who says they think that's unlikely. I think that what happens is if the writ is moved tomorrow, which it could be as soon as tomorrow, then we get a by-election by August the 13th. But what's interesting now is whether the other parties field candidates. And as you were just exploring with Ed Davey there, do they sit this one out? Because the likelihood is, well, if the Parliamentary Standards Commission comes back and finds Nigel Farage guilty of the allegations against him, then there might be another by-election later in the year. I mean, Nigel Farage's deliberate ploy here is to say, well, the voters, if the Standards Commissioner comes back and with that finding, he will say, well, the voters of Clacton have already made their decision. They've picked me again, so, you know, get lost with your establishment rules.
We've heard from Restore Britain. They say they're not going to put up a candidate. We've just had a reaction from Rachel Reeves, actually. She says he's obviously trying to distract from the huge trouble that he's currently in around not declaring a whole range of donations and associations. He's trying to distract from that. We mustn't let him. And she was then questioned on whether Labour would run a candidate. She says, let's see what happens in terms of a by-election, but Labour would tend to stand candidates in by-elections. And we heard from Ed Davey as well that he felt that the Lib Dems would stand candidates. So it's going to be strange if we only have some parties standing and not others, isn't it?
It is, actually. And I got on the phone earlier to Giles Watling, who was the Tory MP before Farage, and he was telling me that he's prepared to stand if the party wants him. I don't think Kemi Badenoch said yet whether she will field a candidate for the Tories. But Giles Watling said it would be good if the other parties stood aside and let it be a two-horse race between Reform and the Conservatives. And we saw in Makerfield that voters are incredibly savvy these days and perfectly able to vote tactically if they want to. I mean, the temptation for the Tories and all the others will be just don't let him get on with this stunt, basically. When in 2008 there was a by-election from David Davis, the Tory MP, he resigned as an MP in order to stand on civil liberties. And I remember that by-election. I went up to Haldon Price and Howden and covered it. And it was an absolute circus. I think they had like 26 candidates, you know, including David Icke and Miss Great Britain. But the point was that the main parties, the main opposition parties, the Liberal Democrats and Labour, did not stand against David Davis. They sort of just let him get on with it in order to make it into a kind of circus of his own creation. And I think that's what will be going through the heads now of the major party leaders. Do we just let him get on with it and carry on and sort of talk to himself for 6 weeks, or do we engage?
Do you think there's a world where Nigel Farage could stand in this by-election and not win?
That is a really interesting question. The polling, I think he's at least 50% in the last poll I saw in Clacton. I think not. I don't see any chance of him losing this unless there's some sort of, I don't know, Martin Bell style figure, some sort of collective anti-corruption candidate in a white suit who goes down there and sort of points out to the people of Clacton what's sort of going on here. But I think he is quite popular locally. There were some vox pops I saw from people on the beach down there, and they were sort of saying, just leave Nigel Farage alone. I don't know how indicative they are, but it's interesting. I think he does speak to a certain type of voter who thinks that they are left behind and believes Nigel Farage when he says that he's anti-establishment.
In terms of reform itself, there has been talk of some inside reform, that there isn't enough structure at the moment, that they don't meet enough, that the shadow cabinet is fundamentally freelancers, that there's no chief of staff yet. You know, is there a long way to go for this party in terms of what it should be doing at this stage in its political career?
I think that is true. There's been, well, they've talked, people I've talked to in Reform have said they've been professionalising rapidly. Don't forget, this wasn't really an electoral force even years ago. And actually, they've just had a massive kind of internal restructuring programme to get ready for next steps. They brought in a new director of communications. I don't think he's started yet, but I think other restructuring's been going on inside. I'm not sure that having a by-election and all the resources that entails is particularly helpful, but I suppose Nigel Farage felt he was backed into a corner and had to do something in order to mark a difference between what the newspapers have been reporting and what he says he is, i.e. the victim of a smear campaign.
And of the party itself, do you think Nigel Farage will be galvanised by, you know, the reaction that he's had today? He's on the front page of all the newspapers. Everyone's giving him wall-to-wall coverage. This is what he was hoping to achieve today, isn't he?
He was, but also don't forget, he gave that statement live down the camera without any questions. He was talking at people, not to them. And I think that will be, is he going to do that for the next sort of, 6 weeks or whatever until August the 13th, if that's when the by-election is? If he's having a by-election and if he is contested, he is going to face questions. So, yes, he'll get today's front pages, or tomorrow's rather, but equally, if the major parties just decide to let him get on with it, as I said, then perhaps he will disappear. I mean, it's unknown, it's untested, but maybe it might happen.
I mean, that is it's a really good point, actually. How long do you think he could continue without the scrutiny of allowing questions personally?
Well, he's been very tetchy, hasn't he? When the last time he did a round, he used to do weekly press conferences, and then last year, and then he hasn't done one since April. So there's been a sort of gap in terms of engagement with the media. I slightly feel today was a point of no return. Like, he was basically attacking the Times, he was attacking the Sunday Times, he attacked Sky. I can't remember if he attacked the BBC, but he has in the past. He brought up the prospect of Leveson, the judge-led inquiry into press standards. He's talking more and more about press freedoms, and people like Kemi Badenoch, the Tory leader, say, well, come on, we're all of us MPs are subject to the scrutiny that you are, and you're the only one who's chafing under it. And he says, no, I'm the victim here. I get so much more scrutiny than everyone else. I get more violence than everyone else. He talked up an incident where his car was basically written off by a mob of people at a pub. And he said there's no written paper trail about that. So I think it might be quite hard to substantiate that one way or the other, but we'll be asking Reform for details of that attack if it happened. And so I think going forward, he has sort of put a line in the sand, actually, and said, I'm anti-press. What was kind of a sort of fragile truce has now disappeared, and I think all gloves are off.
And in terms of Makerfield, how bruised do you think he was by the result there, that he clearly had hoped to do perhaps a bit better than he did?
I think he was bruised, but it wasn't just Makerfield, was it? Because they lost Gorton and Denton as well, and they lost Caerphilly in the Welsh Senedd a few months ago. So that's kind of 3 in a row where they might have done fairly well. I think there are other reasons they did badly in Makerfield. One, Andy Burnham obviously got a strong local recognition. 2, their candidate, Robert Kenyon, the plumber, was a particularly poor candidate, and I think that was shown throughout the campaign. But, they chucked everything at it, and it was still a poor result. So I think they need to regroup and think about their sort of medium-term direction and how they move on from this.
OK, Kitty Donaldson, we will leave it there. Thank you very much. In the last few minutes, we've also had a statement from the SNP. They have given their 2 pence about it. They say Nigel Farage is a dangerous chancer, and it was only ever a matter of time before one of his many scandals caught up with him. It's ironic he claims to be the victim of the establishment when he has, in fact, been caught out in a classic Westminster scandal. Today, Farage openly admitted pocketing millions and millions of pounds from his cronies for delivering Brexit, a Brexit which has made people in Scotland poorer. And instead of standing up to him, the Westminster establishment has embraced his Brexit and repeated his toxic rhetoric. And then they go on to say, for Scotland, the only route to a Farage-free future is to build beyond broken Britain through the fresh start of independence. So that the SNP's reaction to the events of this afternoon, and Nigel Farage saying that he is going to call a by-election in his Clacton constituency. If you are just joining us, a reminder of our breaking news this afternoon. Nigel Farage is under intense scrutiny over his finances and his contacts, has announced that he is standing down as an MP to trigger a by-election in which he'll stand. He announced the news in a statement broadcast by his party, Reform UK. Here are some of the highlights of what he had to say.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started.
Well, he spoke about the attacks that he's faced since entering politics.
I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents: milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head. But let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
Yeah, well, Farage also spoke about the pressure that he's faced recently over his public finances.
Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero.
Well, he then spoke about the story in the Times this week and the impact it has been having on his family.
For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago, an inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? But I've never been angrier in my life.
Well, this is what happened yesterday when Sky News spoke to Mr. Farage.
Mr. Farage, Sky News, was it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Well, in a statement, Sky News says Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr. Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in the matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr Farage yesterday. We approached the property off camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. Well, let's talk here to Alex and Adam, who are with me in the studio. Alex, we've heard from Kemi Badenoch this afternoon. She says what she sees is a man cracking under pressure, having a hissy fit.
That's certainly the kind of unified response from a lot of Nigel Farage's opponents and critics, saying that he's doing this to deflect and distract from legitimate questions around some of the financial support he's taken from George Cotterill and also Christopher Harborne, and he's facing 2 investigations over that now by the Standards Commissioner. And I think his critics will say, you know, if he's done nothing wrong, which is what Farage, what he's saying he's done nothing wrong, he's followed all the rules, why not let this investigation play out and exonerate him? And it's worth pointing out also that just resigning and calling this by-election now, the investigation does not go away. That remains. And so it is easy to see how his opponents think this is just a stunt. And I think the big question now is, do they stand candidates? I mean, historically, they like to give the electorate a choice. But I think there will be some thinking going on in the main parties now of, do we stand a candidate? Do we give Nigel Farage the oxygen of publicity that they think he's seeking with this move?
We've just had a statement from a Labour source talking to Sky News, and this is about Nigel Farage offering to pay for the by-election, because that's something else that has been revealed this afternoon, that he says he's spoken to the local council and has offered to pay for the cost of it. A Labour source says this is Farage flailing around trying to distract from his own dodgy behaviour. A political figure paying for a by-election he's standing in would clearly undermine the independence of the democratic process. It's baffling that he can't see that. He cannot just buy his way out of the mess he's got himself into. This by-election will be conducted along the same rules as all elections are in the UK. Farage will have to take responsibility for making taxpayers pay the cost of his latest ego trip. And Adam, I mean, that was a point that Ed Davey made when we spoke to him just a few moments ago, that it doesn't seem to be any, it's beyond the realms of all possibility that somebody standing in an election in the UK could pay for it.
Yes, and look at the options now. One is we have a by-election, the main parties stand, and basically Nigel Farage gets 4, 5, 6 weeks of free publicity during a season when there's not much political news around. So I think, you know, listening to what Ed Davey was saying to you and also listening to what Kemi Badenoch was saying there, they were saying, yes, they believe they're in politics, they believe in fighting elections, but they weren't actually saying they were going to fight this one. And what they were really saying was they think there will have to be another by-election or possibly another by-election later on, because they believe that the investigations into Nigel Farage will result in the House of Commons suspending him, which then has the opportunity for a recall petition. And they're saying, if you want to have a by-election on Nigel Farage, have it then. Don't have it with him preempting it, trying to get effectively a mob behind him. You know, as he said, if I win, you win. This is the establishment trying to stitch me up. They're saying, no, let's just wait. Let's let the House of Commons have its verdict and then decide. Now, that, to me, suggests that they must be thinking very hard about leaving this by-election to the fringe candidates. And interesting, too, that Rupert Lowe, the breakaway leader of the breakaway Restore Britain party, has already said he's not going to fight this. So we may end up with, frankly, a lot of hot air and a lot of rallies by Nigel Farage in Clacton, which aren't worth reporting. That is now one instinct, and that would again show that, you know, for all his cleverness, this has been a significant misjudgment.
Alex, just looking at the mechanics of what happened this afternoon, it's interesting, isn't it, that Reform are choosing to deliver their messages now in a pre-recorded way that they are in control of, with no media present, no opportunity for journalists to ask questions back, very much controlling the narrative.
That does mark a shift from what we've seen before from Nigel Farage. I mean, he used to hold press conferences on a pretty regular basis on these, quite incremental policy updates, but we've not seen as much of him in recent weeks, I think, as these donations have hung over him. So it does mark a shift from Nigel Farage, and it does sort of suggest he's changing his attitude to the media now, almost declaring war on the media. That's kind of what it felt like today, and also, allows him to control the narrative and paint the media and his opponents as, the establishment versus him. That's how he's trying to pitch it. So it wasn't really surprising that he didn't take questions from the media, but it is a step change from what we've seen before, where actually he used to take lots of questions from all sorts of journalists, and it kept him in the news, it kept him on the agenda, where maybe the other parties couldn't get that level of attention.
Adam, do you want to come in there?
Well, exactly, and he's clearly been influenced by Donald Trump, who believes that his behaviour is beyond question and turns around and questions the integrity of any of the journalists who are going after him. I do think there is a difference between this country and the United States, that actually Donald Trump, that Farage may have got wrong. I think we are a bit more law-abiding as a general rule in this country. I think we have less respect for billionaires and people who acquire wealth, and we're more questioning of their behaviour. And clearly what Nigel Farage is hoping that he can get a head of steam behind him saying, well, it doesn't matter, Nigel's our boy, he speaks for us. But I'm not entirely sure that necessarily works. And already, when we were speaking to Robert Jenrick earlier on, as in Nigel Farage's statement, there are a lot of questionable statements there, including about the press behaviour. It does not really accord to his victimisation. And again, I just listen to him saying, I have been the most attacked politician in modern times, as we showed in that clip. I mean, Mrs Thatcher in Brighton, they tried to blow her up. We've had two MPs on different sides, Joe Cox and David Amess, killed. I mean, he really is, trying to play the sympathy card big time. I go back to the point, making legitimate inquiries about, ownership of property is something which in a free society journalists do.
Let's just remind ourselves, when I spoke to Nigel Farage's biographer, Michael Crick, a little bit earlier, that was immediately after the Reform leader's statement.
It's a bold move, and he's taking a huge risk, a bit like Andy Burnham took a huge risk in fighting Makerfield. And it may not pay off, actually. Remember way back in 2009, I think it was, when David Davis fought the Holton Price and Howden seat, resigned the seat and fought a by-election. And the main political parties just said, this is a stunt. We're not taking part in this, the other main parties, but David Davis being a Conservative. And so you had this ridiculous result where David Davis won it overwhelmingly, and all the other parties, and there were a huge number of them, were very, very minor, and it meant nothing. And it's quite possible that Labour and the Liberal Democrats and the Greens will decide to do the same thing in Clacton. Having said that, Clacton, it was a handsome majority that Farage won at the last election, 18%, 18,000 or so in the Essex, I stress Essex seat. It's always been one of the best prospects, the best prospect, actually, going back 30 years. So it's the ideal seat to take action like this. But goodness knows what will happen in a campaign, who will stand. I mean, for instance, will Restore stand? The party led by Rupert Lowe, of course, the breakaway MP who was elected as a Reform MP at the general election and then fell out with Farage in a very big way, and has now done a remarkable job and got 7% in the Makerfield by-election, more than the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, double the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, what they got in that seat, in the first parliamentary seat they'd ever stood in. So that is a problem that Farage will have to contend with. Another thing that struck me about this speech is that Farage, he came out with the line that Sam mentioned, making money is not a crime. But nobody in this case is suggesting that making money is not a crime, providing it is done, within the law. The money we're talking about here wasn't money that Farage had made by his entrepreneurial skills and by his efforts and coming up with business ideas and organising and selling things and that sort of thing. The money that's in question here is donations. It's donations from Christopher Harborne, the cryptocurrency billionaire, and donations in kind from his great friend, Cottrell. Now, the young man Cottrell. So in the form of staff and accommodation and so on. And the question is, should Farage have declared those on the Parliamentary Register of Interests? Because the rules seem to say that you've got to declare anything above £300 that could be deemed to have a political connection that you've received in the previous 12 months. It's not about suggestions that we don't like, the world doesn't like, the media don't like, the establishment don't like, him making money out of cameo appearances or Farage gin he had at one point, or selling gold. I mean, people may laugh at those things, but nobody's suggesting that doing those things are against the law or that he's done it in a way that's against the parliamentary rules. And we really do need to make that quite clear, I think. I think he's been very disingenuous in trying to say, I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur, I've gone out and made money, unlike the cabinet. No, the questions that are being discussed here and which are being referred to and have been referred to the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner are about money about gifts that he has received. And as I think he said at one point, it was like winning the lottery, getting that £5 million. The other point is this. He says that the Harborne money was for security, and yet he doesn't appear to have spent any of that money on security, because we now know, because of what the Sunday Times reported on Sunday, that actually it was George Cottrell that was paying for his security and supplying his security men. So Farage's statement has got a number of holes in it, and I'm sure other people will spot other ones over the next few weeks. The other point I would make is this, that even if he wins this by-election, and I think the odds probably are, the odds must be slightly in favour that he will win the by-election, that doesn't stop the Parliamentary Commissioner coming back after he's got elected to Parliament again and saying, well, Mr Farage, the last time you were here, there were some allegations, we're now going to pursue those. And, I mean, absurdly, that could actually end up with a second by-election. And does Farage really want to have two by-elections in the same seat when, incidentally, that's the other point. This speech is all about, I'm a Democrat, I believe in elections. Well, if he believes in elections, why haven't the people who've defected from the Conservatives to reform fought by-elections? Why hasn't Danny Kruger fought a by-election in Wiltshire? Why hasn't Andrew Rosendale fought a by-election? Why hasn't Suella Braverman fought a by-election in the same way that UKIP MPs who had defected from the Conservative Party way back in 2014, they both fought by-elections and they won. So Farage may claim to be a Democrat, but he's a leader of a party with very little internal democracy. He himself was never elected, and he's avoided the challenge of his own MPs who he's taken from the Conservative Party having their own by-election.
Well, I also spoke to the pollster, Joe Twyman.
This is clearly a strategic position to place himself on the front foot, to take part in the contest from a position of strength, having called the election himself, rather than a position of weakness, having it forced upon him through a recall or something else. At the last election, he won 46% of the vote, so not a majority, but pretty close to that. And yes, he has had personal reputational damage as a result of the coverage of the gifts and various other arrangements. But will that have enough of an effect? Well, by-elections are weird and wonderful in so many different ways, and this one will be no exception. But I think his personal brand, particularly in Clacton and areas like Clacton, will be enough to take him over the edge. But it's really unclear because we don't know what kind of strategy those on the those to the left of reform, whether it's whether it's Labour and Greens, what they will do in terms of opposition. We don't know what the Conservatives will do as the primary beneficiaries from any anti-reform votes, and certainly the ones that will be best placed to defeat Nigel Farage. And we also don't know what Restore UK will do to the right of reform. And all of these complexities mean that the decision still represents a risk, and the outcome cannot be guaranteed. If the last 10 to 15 years of British politics have taught us anything, it's that nothing can be taken for granted, but nothing can be ruled out entirely.
There's the risk of voter exhaustion as well, isn't there?
Yes, I think that's true, but that's true for any by-election. And we have seen now 3 very high-profile by-elections, almost growing in profile and importance as we go along. And there's no doubt that if you're in the Clacton constituency, you are about to be absolutely inundated by campaigners, press, and various other hangers-on. And yes, that may have an impact. It's also, of course, going to be taking place over the next few months during the summer, when once the World Cup's out of the way, there isn't probably that much other news going on, at least relative to what would be happening at other times of the year. So it may be that we hear an awful lot about this, and this may be too much for voters in the constituency, may be too much for voters nationally as well, who switch off.
Joe Twyman there. Well, our political correspondent Alex Rogers is still here with us, along with our commentator and former political editor Adam Bolton is here as well. So Alex, just remind us how we got here this afternoon. There have been a lot of questions swirling around Nigel Farage over the last few weeks, especially in the weekend's papers, a lot of allegations being put to him. And then we had this statement today at 2 o'clock.
So it started with a fairly cryptic tweet where he just posted that he was going to make a statement on his political future, and it had all of Westminster scrambling, really. Is he going to resign? Is he just going to set out his version of events around the controversy surrounding these gifts and donations that he's received? The first was from Christopher Harborne, that £5 million gift from this crypto investor. And then there was the reporting in the Sunday Times around George Cotterill, his long-standing political ally, who gave him some forms of financial support before he was made an MP. And Nigel Farage didn't declare that and has said he doesn't have to declare that. So then we had, obviously, this statement where he didn't take any questions from the media. There was no media present. It was just him delivering his statement to the camera, where he was really critical of the media. He said standards were being used as a political tool, that the establishment weren't going to play fair against him, so were playing foul, and calling this by-election, which he pitched as the people versus the establishment. And I've been speaking to a few people close to Reform, insiders, who think that he's going to storm this, that his personal brand is strong enough, he could even increase his vote share, and that he's seeking, essentially, a mini vote of confidence from the people of Clacton. But of course, his opponents will say this by-election is unnecessary, it's a political stunt, and that maybe the people of Clacton do also kind of begrudge being dragged into an unnecessary by-election. But he's clearly thinks that he can take on this gamble.
Adam, do you think this is a good gamble for Nigel Farage to take?
I think if we were to have a fully contested by-election over the next 6 weeks, he's chosen his ground. It's a place where he was elected with a comfortable majority before. And if, as it were, it gets the sort of coverage that Makerfield got with television debates and all the rest, that would probably be good for Nigel Farage because he's got a sympathetic audience in his constituency. If, on the other hand, it turns out to be a damp squib and the other parties say you're just trying to evade a proper by-election which should happen after we've had the verdict of the House of Commons on Parliament and the investigators on your behaviour and your connections with questionable financing, then I think it will have misfired quite badly because I think he'll be left dangling over the summer with not getting the level of attention which he wanted, and then having to come back and face the music probably in the autumn when Parliament reports. And so his attempt to short-circuit the whole process would have failed.
When you look at what's happened today and what's happening in British politics at the moment, Adam, and we look at what's happening across the pond in America, do you think we are becoming, the impact of Trump is being seen
Oh, yeah.
in British politics very,
Absolutely.
very clearly here?
I think you're absolutely right. That, we know that Nigel Farage went out to celebrate to America to celebrate Independence Day, and came back and really adopted a Trumpian ploy of basically saying, whatever I've done, the rules don't apply to me, and this is how I'm going to proceed, and attacking the establishment represented by the main political parties, represented, as he sees it, by the mainstream media, and coming out with declarations like, I'm not a crook, I'm not dishonest, I've done nothing wrong. Well, the problem is that all these revelations about him raise questions which the authorities may conclude do amount to doing something wrong. And I have to say, in the end, £5 million is a big deal for anybody.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Ed Davey, who we had on only about half an hour ago or so, said that he wasn't sure whether the Lib Dems would stand or not. He said, we're now calling on all parties to stand aside and refuse to give oxygen to Farage's vanity project. So the Lib Dems saying they may not stand. Count Binface, though, on Nigel Farage. Labour, Tories, Lib Dems and Greens, I demand you stand down in Clacton. I will be a unity candidate and pledge to build at least one affordable house. Nigel Farage says he wants the people versus the establishment. So be it. Leave him to me. That's the response from Count Binface. Mark Austin is coming up next here on Sky News. Don't go anywhere.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour, live from Westminster this evening on the day Nigel Farage quit as an MP to force a by-election. It follows a donations row and growing scrutiny of his finances. He says it's time to fight back.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze.
Also at 5, Prince Harry loses his High Court case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. And NATO leaders, including Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, meet in Turkey for a summit dominated by questions over military spending. Good evening. Nigel Farage has resigned as an MP, saying he wants to fight a by-election and allow the people of Clacton-on-Sea to be the judges of his actions. The Reform UK leader has been facing intense scrutiny over his finances and his inner circle. This afternoon, his party broadcast this announcement that he was triggering a by-election and insisting again he'd done nothing wrong.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which should happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started.
Mr. Farage spoke about the attacks he has faced since entering politics.
I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents, milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head, but let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
And the Reform UK leader also spoke about the growing pressure he's faced recently over his public finances.
Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero.
Mr. Farage then spoke about a story in the Times this week and the impact it's been having.
For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago, an inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? Well, I've never been angrier in my life.
Well, this is what happened yesterday when Sky News spoke to Mr Farage.
Mr Farage, Sky News, was it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Well, in a statement, Sky News said Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in this matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr Farage yesterday. We approached the property off camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. Well, the Prime Minister, who's at a NATO summit in Turkey, had this reaction to Mr Farage's announcement.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze. Politics should be about improving the lives of millions of people, not about personal gain, not about hiding dodgy donations. And I think the public will see this for exactly what it is.
Let's go live to Ankara, where, as I say, NATO leaders are meeting today, and our political editor, Beth Rigby, is there with Keir Starmer. It's all going on here, I have to say. Beth, what do you make of it all?
Well, look, Mark, the first thing to say is Nigel Farage said in that series of clips that of the speech he gave, I have done nothing wrong. But if we go back to the basics of this story, he is under investigation for taking a £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne, a Reform donor and a crypto billionaire that lives in Thailand, and not declaring that to the authorities. He took it a few months before he became an MP. The rules state that you should declare donations 12 months before becoming an MP. And if you are in any doubt about the nature of that donation, you should declare to the authorities. Now, Farage has insisted constantly that it was a personal gift, but he is under investigation for that. He then revealed in that that statement he made, that he's also under investigation for benefits he took from George Cottrell. Now, he is a convicted criminal, a long-term ally of Nigel Farage, and it emerges that he also gave benefits to Nigel Farage, be it staying in a house or help with his social media accounts before he became an MP, and Nigel Farage is under investigation from that. Now, if the parliamentary commissioners find that he did breach the rules around MPs, and this is important because this is about where does money come from and transparency around donations, that the voting public know who is paying MPs or donating to them rather. If he is found in breach of those rules, he could face a parliamentary recall petition, and that could mean that he has to contest a by-election in Clacton. So they're the facts of the story. Now, what Farage is doing today is he's trying to get ahead of this, and he's triggering a by-election on his terms. He's triggering it and saying that it's a battle against the people versus the establishment, as he puts it, that he's done nothing wrong, that it's up for the people of Clacton to decide. So he's trying to set the terms of the by-election in a way he would choose. But the fact remains that if he does fight this by-election and he does get returned to Parliament again, the parliamentary commissioner will continue the investigation into Nigel Farage. And what's happened subsequently since he made this bombshell announcements is that other parties have come out and say, we're not playing ball with you, Nigel Farage, we're not going to contest the election. The Restore leader Rupert Lowe said in a statement that he would contest a by-election in Clacton, but the second by-election, as he put it, and that would be the one he said that Nigel Farage will be forced to face because in Rupert Lowe's point of view, he will be found in breach of parliamentary rules. So that's what Rupert Lowe said. Ed Davey has just said that they are going to stand aside. The Lib Dems won't contest it. He doesn't want to give oxygen to Farage's vanity project, as he put it. And Andy Burnham's spokesman has said that this is a gimmick designed to distract from serious allegations about Farage's funders. So I think there's a question tonight about whether or not anyone will contest this by-election. So does Nigel Farage win it, return to Parliament, and then the investigations into his donations continue? But it is undoubtedly a bombshell. Nigel Farage is the Reform Party. I mean, before Nigel Farage became the leader of the party and an MP, the party was not doing as it is doing now. And really, it has become very successful under Farage. So he has thrown a lot of jeopardy, not only over his own future, but over the future of Reform too.
Yeah, and Beth, I mean, whatever happens with the other parties, whether they, agree to contest it or not, some would say it's a bold move, some would say it's a diversion from the very issues that he is facing.
Yeah, and look, Mark, for my bit, my analysis is he's trying to get in front of a very difficult problem for him. We have seen in recent weeks Nigel Farage under increasing pressure about these donations. He's tetchy about it, he's defensive about it, the questions are not going away. And, the common view within Westminster is he could well face a sanction from the parliamentary authorities, that many MPs think that he will be found in breach of the rules. And if he faces a suspension from Parliament, he can face a recall petition in Clacton and face a by-election not on his terms, not of his choosing. So the way I see it is he's trying to get ahead of it. I should also say he did win 46.2% of the vote in Clacton at the last election. It was the nailed-on seat, if you like, for Reform. So he'll be confident going into any by-election that he would likely win it. But I think if other parties don't stand, then they're not doing it on his terms. And then, then it's a question about how the public more broadly, not just in Clacton, but around the country, respond to his decision to fight this by-election and how the other parties respond. But regardless of the politics around that, the bigger issue is that he's still under investigation for potentially 2 breaches of parliamentary rules over donations. And in terms of the sniff test with the public, a politician taking a £5 million personal gift, as he says it is, from Christopher Harben, a crypto billionaire, that has raised our eyebrows around the country, and he can fight the by-election, but those questions and those investigations will continue should he be returned to Parliament.
All right, Beth, many thanks. Beth Rigby, our political editor there in Ankara with the Prime Minister at that NATO meeting. Are those pictures, by the way, that we were just showing you, it was not Nigel Farage, it was Prince Harry. Live pictures of Harry leaving an event that he has been attending, and no idea where he's off to, but he will be a disappointed man because the Duke of Sussex and 6 others have lost that High Court privacy case against the publisher of the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday. The judgment said that the allegations were serious, required more convincing evidence, however, before being proven. And the claimants had failed to prove them. So a setback for Harry in his, I suppose you call it a battle with the media, and we'll be discussing that a little bit later on in the programme. Now, the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, has told my colleague Jane Secker that Nigel Farage is using this by-election in an attempt to escape scrutiny.
He's taken a leaf out of the book of Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is in trouble, he always tries to distract people and say, no, don't look there where I'm dishonest and I'm enriching myself. Look over there. And that's exactly what Nigel Farage is doing. It is clear he's been found breaking the rules, enriching himself, filling his own pockets and not doing the work for the people of Clacton who was elected to represent. So I think it's really incumbent on Parliament to make sure there's no by-election until the Commission of Standards has reviewed these very serious allegations.
And the leader of Restore Britain, Rupert Lowe, has released a statement saying his party will not stand in the upcoming Clacton by-election. Statement says Restore Britain will stand in the Clacton by-election, the second one held later this year when the investigations into Farage's finances conclude, as we all suspect that they will. We are not going to participate in a Reform-sponsored media circus over the summer months that is designed to puff up Farage's ego and deflect away from wholly fair questions over why he has concealed such vast and regular financial donations. Well, I'm joined now by Henry Hill, political editor at The Critic. Henry, thank you very much for being with us. First of all, what do you make of what Nigel Farage has decided to do?
It's baffling and a bit desperate would be my initial reading. I can't immediately think of an instance where calling this kind of by-election yourself has ever really achieved anything. I mean, the last one I can think of was David Davis did it on the question of civil liberties. And again, none of the other parties stood against him. He was re-elected very easily. And the net result there was it just made him look a little bit silly and it didn't do his reputation any favours. Here, it means that now it looks like most of the other parties, at least, are not going to stand. There is therefore a risk that this by-election, if it takes place, is then followed by a recall petition, which would make Nigel Farage look slightly ridiculous. I don't see how it helps him very much. It does wrest control of the narrative for a little while, but it could be what looks decisive one day can end up looking desperate the next.
Right, and if other parties do, or some of them decide to stand, his calculation will be that Reform supporters will rally to this whole idea of a battle against the establishment and, to some extent, the mainstream media. Is he right to assume that?
Certainly, there is a hard core of Reform support which will row in behind him and is very sensitive to any suggestion that he is being stitched up by the establishment, if you like. The calculation, the tricky calculation for Reform and for Farage is that the bigger they get and the higher their vote share gets, the more voters they have who aren't those really committed 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 voters, which have been the bedrock of UKIP support, Brexit Party support, and now Reform UK support in the past. Because, yes, he will have those supporters, but the only way that you get to where Reform is now, which is still top of the polls, is by winning over a lot of people who aren't diehard fanatics, who voted Labour or Conservative at the last election and have transferred their support to you on the basis that they think that you might be the best shot for the country. Those people are not necessarily going to respond the same way to endless revelations about Nigel Farage's finances. I do think it's unfortunate when we have this sort of uncontested by-election. I understand why parties do it, usually in the case of somebody getting assassinated, although not always. But it does mean that we end up with something where you've got Nigel Farage potentially facing off against Count Binface. I don't think that does British democracy any favours. I think that actually if you are the Liberal Democrats or the Conservatives and you do think that Nigel Farage needs exposing, being potentially the only other major party candidate in that by-election could be a really good opportunity to do that, to put the case, to put the charges day after day after day. My default position is that if you have an opportunity to make your case to the British people, whether or not you think it should have happened, you should take it if you're a major political party. But that doesn't seem to be the calculation currently. If he gets to run virtually unopposed, I expect he'll beat Count Binface and whoever else stands against him. But I don't know how much good that will do him.
Right. I mean, what about what he was talking about today at some length? He was making this point that it was about him making money. People didn't like the fact that he was making cash alongside being an MP. But the reality is it's not about that. It's about allegations of undisclosed or undeclared donations and gifts. I mean, that's the truth in all this, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the really strange thing about this is that he has really harmed himself by not declaring that donation, because As far as I can see, we have no evidence so far. It's interesting listening to the specificities of the denials he gave today. I don't think he has used that money illegally. I don't think he has received that money illegally. I don't think there is any allegation that he has misused public funds. The allegation, as you say, is that he didn't declare the donation. Now, if he had declared the donation, I don't think most most Reform UK voters would have cared about him receiving a £5 million donation. Generally speaking, actually, the voters tend to care an awful lot less about politicians making money than some people in politics and the media would like them to, as long as they're honest about it. If Farage had declared this in 2024, I think there would have been a week of sputtering from his usual critics, and then this story would have fallen by the wayside. The problem is that he didn't declare it. And that is a problem. And we've seen his story on this go back and forth. Speaking today, he went down once again and he said, this is about my security. And he spoke, I think, quite movingly about the security threats that he's had and the danger that he is sometimes in. And I think that's perfectly plausible. And that was his story at the beginning. But if you've been following this story for the last couple of weeks, I was in studio a couple of weeks ago when he was being interviewed, and he said, no, it was a personal donation. I can spend it on anything I want. I could have spent it on Ferraris if I wanted to. I don't have any of the receipts for the security because I haven't spent this money yet. You know, if the security need was urgent, we're 2 years into his time as an MP. Why hasn't any of that money been spent? I think that the seesawing back and forth on this has really hurt him. If he'd come out at the beginning and just put it down in the register of interests, and when somebody picked it up said, I am threatened and therefore I need this money for security purposes, this story would have gone away. And I think the fascinating thing about Nigel Farage is that what we've seen is he's got his amazing talent as a campaigner, but he just can't seem to adapt to the world of much higher scrutiny that you have as the leader of a party that's top of the polls, as a member of the British Parliament rather than the European Parliament. He can't seem to adjust his behaviour to the new environment that he's in.
Henry Hill, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Let's bring in Sir Craig Oliver, who worked as Director of Communications at 10 Downing Street when David Cameron was in office. Good evening, Craig. Thanks for being with us. And this idea, you know, of Farage portraying himself as under attack from the establishment, taking on the establishment, if you like, letting the people decide. As we're saying on the screen there, the people of Clacton should be the judges, was the quote. Is this a canny move, do you think?
Well, I think he's taken a leaf out of Donald Trump's book, hasn't he, where he's attacking the media, claiming that there's lies and bad behaviour from the media. I think the difference is that in the United States, that seems to work quite well as a tactic. I'm not sure it works so well in the UK. And the problem that he's got, I think, is, as your previous speaker was saying, is that there appears to be a case to answer here, that you are supposed to have declared information about expenses and donations for a year before you go into politics, and he seems not to have done that. I think in terms of having the by-election, it's kind of crumbling in his hands at the moment. It seemed like quite a clever ruse for the first few seconds, but when you analyse it, it seems to be crumbling. And I think that the smart thing to do will be all the other political parties, or certainly the mainstream political parties, to say, we're having nothing to do with this, and we'll let the process of you being examined by standards committees and that kind of thing take its course. Yeah, I mean, do you think, Prime Minister has called it a desperate stunt. I mean, do you think it is a way of deflecting from that scrutiny? I mean, look, the reality is, if there's one way to ensure you're going to get a lot of scrutiny, is to call a by-election and have like a half-hour press conference on all the news channels and everybody following it. So he's certainly going to get a lot of scrutiny because he's done this. I think what he's trying to do is appeal to the public and say, look, these people, they're not like me and you. They're trying to grind us down. They don't understand that reform is on the side of the people and that it's the establishment against me. I think that will work with some people, but I think most people will say, hang on a minute, there does seem to be a case to answer here, and it looks like you're deflecting. And I also think that the British public, they don't really like politicians making them go to the polls or engage in politics when they don't have to. And there's now a possibility that there may just not be one by-election, but actually two by-elections in Clacton because of this process. So it may backfire in his hands, and I think it is already beginning to backfire. But I guess his calculation is that his supporters will back him. I mean,
other parties do decide to contest this by-election, you know, back him taking on the establishment, taking on the mainstream media, letting the people decide, as he puts it. I mean, in that he may be correct.
To a point. I mean, I think the reality is that he won with 45% of the vote, which is a lot in a seat. But there's still nearly 55% of people who didn't vote for him in that seat. And then I think that there's also the reality of a lot of people feel that reform is slightly coming off at the moment, a sense that they were triumphant, that they were leading, but they've made a number of missteps. And it also sounds and feels a little petulant as well. So I think that the danger for reform is that they actually lose a few percent in the polls because of this, and they no longer look like the natural party of government going forward. Then have they peaked? And also, is their leader showing signs of pressure by behaving in the way that he is?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess as well that there is a chance that the working class people of Clacton who have backed him in the previous by-election would be worried about undeclared gifts of millions of pounds. Yeah,
I mean, look, we have to be clear here. It is extremely rare for anybody to receive a gift of £5 million, let alone from a crypto billionaire who lives in a foreign country. And then there are all sorts of allegations about other gifts, as has been detailed all afternoon on Sky News. It just seems all very odd that there aren't receipts and clarity. And where is this security? You can buy an awful lot of security for £5 million. Show us the evidence, show us where it's working, and also explain to us why you didn't declare it. It all feels a little thin-skinned, a little petulant. And the reality is, my experience of politics is, if the media smells blood and thinks that you're being thin-skinned, then it will come in spades. There will be more and more and more of this. And I think that a lot of journalists will be feeling at the moment that there's a real story here. He's reacting, he's providing fuel to the story rather than actually toning it down. And I expect lots and lots of more headlines, lots and lots of more investigation, lots and lots of difficulty for him. Yeah. It's perfectly when he calls a by-election and wins it, but it's a Pyrrhic victory, and he's done himself a lot of damage in the process.
Right, and just finally, faced with the issues that he has been faced with in the last few weeks, what would you have advised him to do?
I would have advised him to take his medicine. I think transparency is incredibly important. When you're in these kind of situations, it's important to get all the information out as quickly and cleanly as possible and try and answer every question immediately. It appears that he hasn't done that. I also think that he's now in a situation where he's taking a huge number of risks. I suspect if the by-election is called, then he would win it, but he's going to do himself an awful lot of damage, and he may end up in a situation where he ends up back in the House of Commons. The investigation goes through, there's a recall, and there's people saying, well, there should be a second by-election. It's total chaos. I don't think anybody will thank him for that, particularly when he has got such a number of questions to answer.
Craig Oliver, thank you very much indeed for coming on. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here with me. Good evening, Sam. Did you see this coming?
No. It has been quite clear, however, for some time that Nigel Farage has a big problem coming down the track, potentially. And what's interesting about today is it doesn't necessarily make it go away. Look, as Craig was just saying, there are 2 investigations underway into Nigel Farage and whether or not he should have declared gifts, as he would term them, just before the 2024 general election. And yes, he is putting that matter to the people of Clacton now in a by-election. He may or may not stand against, other opponents. We're just hearing Labour may not stand a candidate in that Essex seat. But if he does that, if he stands, if he wins, then he is still facing 2 investigations by the Parliamentary Commissioner into Standards, either one of which could trigger ultimately a recall petition and a by-election. And at its heart, Nigel Farage stood up today in front of the nation on a Reform video and declared, I am innocent. These were private gifts. But these were both either sums of money or benefits in kind from people that were both political donors and friends. They traverse, both of these things. And what Nigel Farage has to prove in the eyes of the Commissioner for Standards is that the amounts of money or the benefits in kind couldn't reasonably thought to be because he's a politician. and these from people who are also political donors, he has a hard task on his hands, which is why he's trying to take the decision out of the hands of the kind of quasi-legal person who's going to adjudicate it and put it in the hands of the people of Clacton, where he is quite popular, as we found in the last election. But will it work? Could we end up with 2 by-elections in Clacton in 2026? It's a messy path ahead.
So what's your hunch about how the other parties will react to this?
Well,
we know about the Lib Dems, obviously.
And they're calling for everybody to stand aside. And Labour clearly feel that there's a discussion to be had. Rachel Reeves earlier suggesting that normally Labour does field candidates, but now the NEC, Labour's National Executive, meeting to decide whether or not they do fight. I mean, if one of the main political parties thinks that they can defeat Farage in this by-election, I think they'll stand, and there'll be an attempt to see whether, there's almost a sort of one-on-one fight between just 2 parties. But if they think Nigel Farage is going to win, then what is the point in fielding candidates? What's the point in giving Nigel Farage's campaign the oxygen of publicity? And the fact that Restore Britain's decided not to attack and challenge from the right, saying actually if there's a second by-election they might do that but won't do this one, I think also will discourage the other parties from standing.
And just finally, what do you think of the way that he did this with the reform video? I mean, he could have had a press conference. He could have announced everything that he announced today at a fully fledged news conference.
One of the things Nigel Farage today, tonally, was quite upfront about was that he's angry. He's very angry. And quite clearly, one of the opponents that he feels he has, and the targets of his anger is the media. So if he'd done a press conference, I think it would have descended into a very sort of quite an ugly back and forth. So I'm not entirely surprised he didn't want us sitting in the room. But the case he's got to make to his constituents and to the country is that you can trust him. And the allegations are mounting up. He is choosing a way of avoiding a particular type of scrutiny by giving people, non-expert people in the parliamentary ways and rules, the right to adjudicate on him. Does pitting the power of the masses against those who rule on the specifics of parliamentary rules really get you out of a scrape? It worked for Boris Johnson for a bit. I wonder whether it works in the long term.
OK. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Now, Prince Harry has lost his privacy case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. He was one of 7 complainants, including Sir Elton John and the actress Liz Hurley, who claimed journalists hired private investigators to blag private records and tap private phone conversations. But the judge found they hadn't proved their allegations and their claims were dismissed. Let's go live to the Royal Courts of Justice and our correspondent, Katie Spencer. So, bad news today, then, for Harry.
But this has absolutely not gone the way that Prince Harry wanted it to go. We've seen those pictures now of Prince Harry leaving the meeting that he's been at this afternoon. He's been stuck inside of this meeting that was a pre-arranged event for some time. But we know his lawyer, who represented him in this case, David Sherborne, went there. He was seen entering the building to talk to the Duke of Sussex. Clearly, though, Harry has left that meeting and he hasn't talked. He hasn't put a statement out yet. So it'll be interesting to see when he does put a statement out how he responds to this. As you say, it was he and 6 other claimants, including the likes of Liz Hurley, Sadie Frost, Sir Elton John, challenging roughly around 50 articles by the Daily Mail and the Mail and Sunday. And we have this one significant ruling. The claims have been entirely dismissed. For 2 of the claimants, Sadie Frost and Sir Simon Hughes, the judge said basically they brought their claims far too late. More significantly, though, in this case, the judge has said on those other claims, basically, there's not enough proof. Suspicion, he says, even where understandable, was not enough for them to prove their case. There is, in the verdict that's been published, there is one occasion where the judge identifies that blagging actually did take place by private investigators, where they obtained the flight details of Prince Harry's then girlfriend, Chelsea Davy. But what they said crucially couldn't be proven was that a journalist actually used that information in the articles that she wrote. Associated newspapers are calling this judgment an absolute victory. They say the judge has accepted how they source their stories as being the correct way. And they're talking now about recovering legal costs. They're saying they've spent around £50 million on legal costs. Now, the claimants are in fact insured, but of course this is absolutely not the outcome they wanted. This is not why they brought this case. Paul Dacre, the former editor of the Daily Mail, now editor-in-chief at A&L, he's released this video statement this afternoon. It is incredibly punchy and accuses the Prince of hypocrisy. Here's what he had to say.
Prince Harry wrote a sad book which boasted about his killing of 25 Taliban, his drug-taking, and, in cringe-making detail, how he lost his virginity. There isn't a laundry in the cosmos big enough to wash all the dirty linen he has aired about his own family. For him to complain about his privacy being invaded takes not just the biscuit, but the whole tin. Poor Harry. I feel sorry for the way a confused and angry young man has been drawn into this case. The bitter irony is that his mother, Diana, liked the Mail. We were her paper. We took her side in her acrimonious breakup with Charles. She and I would speak and meet. The Mail's superb royal reporter was her friend and confidant. The truth is that this trumped-up action, which has cost well over £50 million and wasted a huge amount of valuable court time, should never have been brought to trial.
What a statement. The question now is, because they've lost, will this be the end of these cases? Does this draw a line under hacking, blagging, whatever you like to call this? Now, Hacked Off, the campaign group, have themselves responded. They say the courts are not the appropriate place for investigating these allegations. They say only a public inquiry will get to the bottom of what really happened back then, which effectively is them saying they want a Leveson Part 2. The newspaper industry, though, I think for many within the industry, which is struggling financially at the moment, they will be using this and taking this moment to say these sort of battles now do have to stop. Enough time has passed. Protocols and procedures within newsrooms have dramatically changed. There are stricter legal compliances that all newsrooms have to stick to. Many will be saying this has to end here. The question is whether campaigners and the likes of Prince Harry will be listening to them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let's bring in the media lawyer, Mark Stevens, who I think is in the back of his car. And Mark, first of all, what did you make of the judgment?
I thought it was a really interesting judgment, and I think we have to remember this was a test case. It was to test out a legal and evidential theory, whether inferences of wrongdoing were going to be sufficient to essentially give liability to the Mail group of newspapers. And the judge has comprehensively rejected that. And he said, you know, as far as I can see, this was perfectly lawful. And if you take a moment just to kind of step back and say, why was the case against Associated a weaker case than perhaps the one against the Mirror or the News of the World? And the answer really lies in the fact that there was more evidence in those cases. So in the News of the World, there were criminal investigations, there were prosecutions, there were even jail time. And so the criminal prosecution brought quite a lot of information to light. There were also corporate admissions by both the Mirror and the News International. And as a consequence of that, that's never been the case here. There's never been a police investigation into the Associated newspapers. They've always denied wrongdoing. And what the court has said is, look, I'm not going to countenance this theory. It doesn't get over the hurdle. And that means that all those other hundreds of test cases that were sitting waiting for this result are also going to fall away. And that's partly the reason that they've got a two-day hearing on the 29th and 30th of July to sort of mop up the administrative outfall of this case.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, we heard Paul Dacre from Mail newspapers in Katie Spencer's report saying, talking about all the dirty linen that Harry had aired about his family. Is there a sense in which this has backfired? Because this long trial has heard details, often salacious details, that never made it into the papers.
Yes, they have. And I think, the claimants have lost here. On a sort of purely human level, how much distaste people have for Prince Harry. I think he's motivated psychologically by the fact that he believes the media hounded his mother to death, and he feels he's putting some wrong to rights. And to some extent, this is the first case he's really lost comprehensively. He was successful against the other two newspaper groups. But this is a very different kind of case. And it was a much more speculative case. It was what we lawyers call a mosaic case. So little inferences. So a piece of information that wasn't widely in the public domain, for example, Sadie Frost's ectopic pregnancy, those kinds of things, along with sort of very timely reporting of this, so it couldn't really go into the gossip world. And I think it was really quite telling that the male journalists all stood up for their journalism. They came, they explained, they said, you may not like how we get our information, but we get it lawfully. There wasn't unlawful information gathering here. And the judge said, I've got to accept that at face value. I can't impugn that. Nothing went wrong in the media business. I think it accepted that it did go wrong, but his wasn't the public inquiry to investigate that Hacked Off are now calling for.
Yeah, so more broadly, where does this leave Harry then in his battle with the press?
Well, I think Hacked Off are going to be issuing redundancy notices soon. So I think the campaign for press accountability is gone. I don't think there's going to be another public inquiry. There's not the appetite for it. I think everybody accepts that there was wrongdoing. Nobody believes that wrongdoing is ongoing. And there has been quite a measure of accountability. And this particular case has cost about £40 million. Now, OK, they've got insurance companies who've made lots of money out of other phone hacking cases who will cover that. But actually, it's also clogging up the courts. And I think, there are more pressing problems in the world today than perhaps the historic cases of phone hacking. And, the judge has also said, even if you had a claim, you're now out of time. The evidence is too old, and I'm not going to allow a remedy because the Parliament has said you've got to bring your case within 6 years. You didn't do that. You should have reasonably done so. And so I think the whole sort of unlawful information gathering exercise, colloquially known as phone hacking, has hit the buffers today.
Right, so just to be clear, even if he wanted to take things further, it would be pretty difficult to do so.
Yeah, I think this judgment's going to be pretty much unappealable. It's all findings of fact, which were entirely down to the judge. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of legal points that could go to an appeal, perhaps an argument about the limitation, but I think that's unlikely. I think this stops this month because there'll be the final orders for costs, and we'll find out from the judge then who he thinks really won when the costs orders come down.
OK, Mark, very interesting. Thank you very much for being with us. Right, you're watching the News Hour. Coming up, Donald Trump hits out at America's European allies as NATO leaders meet in Turkey.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you.
He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest and Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything. It's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island.
The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe. Sky News, get the full story first.
Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out.
The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here. In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, I'll do that for £1 million, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides and it's moving this way.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Now, world leaders, including Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, are in Turkey for the NATO summit, with questions over military spending likely to dominate the meeting. The US president, who's often criticised America's European allies for not spending enough on defence, wasted no time in venting his frustrations as he arrived in Ankara today. President Trump attacked NATO members for not joining the United States in its war with Iran, and even singled out Keir Starmer.
In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there, maybe because of this. It was a very unpopular thing he did. He said, no, we'll help after the war is over. I said, I don't need that kind of help. We didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I've long said that we help them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay, but, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
Well, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Ankara. And, Deborah, when it comes to defence spending, Keir Starmer doesn't really arrive there with a very strong hand, does he?
No, he doesn't. So, to be a fly on the wall at the leaders' dinner that is taking place right now with most of the leaders. I think a couple more are still to arrive, all sitting down due to be speaking, rubbing shoulders. If they're lined up in alphabetical order, which they often are, it would be Trump next door to Keir Starmer. So maybe over dessert they'll be talking about UK defence spending. But, I mean, Donald Trump coming out, wasting no time, like you said, in laying into his allies. He also actually repeated that claim to want control of Greenland, even though the territory is part of the Kingdom of Denmark, which is a fellow NATO ally. That's an old wound being reopened ahead of the main event of this summit, which is going to be tomorrow. And he also repeated or sort of dangled that threat of withdrawing all American forces from Europe, which would effectively spell the end of NATO. And it's against that backdrop and that noise, which is all noise that European allies and Canada have heard before and are kind of getting used to, that you had a lot of fanfare today in particular around billions, tens of billions of dollars, at least $50 billion that is being spent on new weapons contracts. And there were lots of jazzy videos. Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, was out in force, bigging up the strength and unity of the alliance, even invoking the spirit of the World Cup, saying how NATO is one big happy team. But no one can escape the fact that one player has a red card, and that clearly is Donald Trump, and the allies are going to be doing all they can to keep him on side as the event continues into tomorrow. But he even said today upon arriving that if the NATO summit hadn't been taking place here in Turkey, where he has a particularly close relationship with the Turkish president, then he might not even have bothered showing up, and that would have been an absolute disaster for the alliance. And then there's one other key focal point to talk about, and that is Ukraine. It's not a member of NATO. Its president, who's here, very much wants to be. He raised that again with allies when he spoke on the stage at this industry forum, asking the question, why should the one country in Europe that is battling Russian forces and has demonstrated clear military strength and capability, why wouldn't the alliance want Ukraine to be part of the club? He's going to be meeting with Donald Trump tomorrow as well. Trump saying there could be a peace deal close in terms of that war with Russia. But until that happens, Ukraine will be wanting absolutely from its NATO allies more air defences. They're key.
OK, Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Now, a French appeals court has ruled that Marine Le Pen, the leader of France's National Rally Party, can, in theory, stand in next year's presidential election. It comes after last year the court blocked Le Pen from standing in public office for 5 years for embezzling European Parliament funds. Today, the court shortened that ban, but the ruling also requires her to wear an electronic ankle tag for a year, which would make a campaign logistically pretty difficult. Here's our Europe correspondent, Ali Bunkel.
This is a major moment in French politics and in European politics, because Marine Le Pen is arguably the most popular politician in France. She is the leader of the far-right National Rally Party, and she wants to run to become France's next president. And according to polling, if she were to do so, then it is very likely she could succeed Emmanuel Macron when elections happen next year. But last year, she was found guilty of misusing public funds that were supposed to be for use for their European Union activities, but using them for domestic party activities. And she was given a sentence of 5 years of being ineligible to run for public office. She appealed that, and today the appeal court has reduced that ineligibility sentence. They've taken it down to 45 months, of which 30 of those months are suspended, which means that she's only eligible for running for public office for 15 months, and it is backdated. And that means it is now expired at the end of last month. So in theory, she is now able to run for public office. She is able to stand in the upcoming French presidential elections, but mentally from an electronic tag. And she has previously said that if that were to be the case, then she wouldn't be able to campaign properly, she wouldn't be able to get out to rallies, she wouldn't be able to go out and see potential voters, and so she would decide not to run. What the court seems to have done here is put itself in a position where it can't be accused of meddling in French politics. It can't be accused of taking out of the equation someone who is controversial in France and in Europe, and really leaving the decision up to Marine Le Pen. We don't know yet whether Marine Le Pen will stick to her original statement that she won't run if she's got an electronic tag. The details still need to be worked out, and she is yet to make a statement. But assuming that she doesn't run, well, then she will pass the baton to the person who's really been her protege and has been in position while she's been under this sentence. And that's Jordan Bardella, a 30-year-old who is also equally as popular as Marine Le Pen in France. And so it is very likely that it is Jordan Bardella who will take on the leadership of National Rally and take on the task of trying to be elected as France's next president. If he runs, if he is elected next year, and again, the polls show that he would be successful, then that would put in a leader in France, one of Europe's biggest, most powerful, most wealthy nations, a leader from the far right. And it could cause all sorts of problems for the European Union, for NATO, and for relations with their closest neighbour, the United Kingdom.
Alistair Bunkle there. Let's get a check on the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Heatwave conditions will develop more widely through the week and it will turn essentially dry too. Many places will have a fine evening, but the cloudier north will see a little rain or drizzle, mainly over northern and western Scotland. That rain will mostly fade overnight, but it will be quite murky and locally damp over northwestern coasts and hills. Ireland will see cloud increasing. It will be warm and muggy, very warm in the southeast.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up at 6, we'll have much more on why Nigel Farage has resigned and triggered a by-election.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway. Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour, live from Westminster this evening on the day Nigel Farage quit as an MP to force a by-election. It follows a donations row and growing scrutiny of his finances. He says it's time to fight back.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze.
Also ahead, Prince Harry loses his High Court case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. And NATO leaders, including Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, meet in Turkey for a summit dominated by questions over military spending. Good evening. Nigel Farage has resigned as an MP, saying he wants to fight a by-election and allow the people of Clacton-on-Sea to be the judges of his actions. The Reform UK leader has been facing intense scrutiny over his finances and his inner circle. This afternoon, his party broadcast this announcement that he was triggering a by-election and insisting again that he had done nothing wrong.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started.
Mr. Farage spoke about the attacks he's faced since entering politics.
I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents, milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head, but let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
And the Reform UK leader also spoke about the growing pressure he's faced recently over his public finances.
Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero.
Mr. Farage then spoke about a story in The Times this week and the impact it's been having.
For some reason last week, the editor of The Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of The Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago, an inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? but I've never been angrier in my life.
Well, this is what happened yesterday when Sky News spoke to Mr Farage.
Mr Farage, Sky News, was it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Well, in a statement, Sky News said this: Nigel Farage has legitimate questions to answer about the gift he accepted from Mr Cottrell. Given the clear public interest in this matter, Sky News has been seeking a response from Mr Farage and has made reasonable efforts to contact him. We acknowledge that Sky News was part of a broadcast pool operation outside a property linked to Mr Farage yesterday. We approached the property off-camera on a single occasion, identified ourselves, and the occupant chose not to engage. Well, we've just heard from the leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, giving her reaction to what Nigel Farage has had to say.
Nigel Farage is having a hissy fit because the first time he's actually having to deal with some real scrutiny. What he needs to do is be honest about where his fishy £5 million came from, rather than calling a fake by-election to run away from a standards investigation. We will be standing a candidate in the real by-election because no one is above Parliament. Parliament is bigger than all of us. We all have to follow the same rules. We all have to register our interests. What this by-election is a gimmick. This is him wanting to make everything about himself rather than his offer to the country at a time when we have a defence crisis, a retiring Prime Minister, so much change and turbulence. Conservative Party is the only party that's actually focused on the issues that matter to people. We will be standing a candidate in the real by-election, which will follow the standards investigation. We're not standing a candidate in the fake by-election, which Nigel Farage is causing to distract people from what is happening. We need to let that investigation run its course. And I think the reason why Nigel Farage is doing this is because he is very worried that he's going to be found to have done something wrong. The best thing for him to have done would have been to call a press conference and explain what he did with the money, apologise if needs be, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, he has been running away from scrutiny. He's not answering any questions. And what I'm saying is that no one is bigger than Parliament. We all have to do the right thing. We all have to register our interests. We, the Conservative Party, are very focused on uniting the country around sensible policies. There's a lot that people are unhappy about. We're going to focus on getting Britain working again and showing some common sense, not throwing random by-elections out because we're having a hissy fit.
Kemi Badenoch there, just breaking in with the story about Harry losing the High Court privacy case against the Daily Mail publisher. Well, the Duke of Sussex, along with Baroness Doreen Lawrence, who also joined that case, they have said it is a complete and obvious whitewash, but sadly not altogether unexpected. That after the High Court dismissed their claims against the Daily Mail publisher, Associated Newspapers, over those allegations of unlawful information gathering. The Duke of Sussex saying, or describing it as a complete and obvious whitewash. Now back to Nigel Farage, and the leader of Restore Britain, Rupert Lowe, has released a statement saying his party will also not stand in the upcoming Clacton by-election. Restore Britain will stand in the Clacton by-election, the second one, held later this year when the investigations into Farage's finances conclude, as we all suspect they will. We are not going to participate in a reform-sponsored media circus over the summer months that is designed to puff up Farage's ego and deflect away from wholly fair questions over why he has concealed such vast and irregular financial donations. The Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, told my colleague Jane Secker that Nigel Farage is using this by-election in an attempt to escape scrutiny.
He's taken a leaf out of the book of Donald Trump. When Donald Trump is in trouble, he always tries to distract people and say, no, don't look there where I'm dishonest and I'm enriching myself. Look over there. And that's exactly what Nigel Farage is doing. It is clear he's been found breaking the rules, enriching himself, filling his own pockets, and not doing the work for the people of Clacton who he was elected to represent. So I think it's really incumbent on Parliament to make sure there's no by-election until the Commission of Standards has reviewed these very serious allegations.
Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here with me. Sam, what do you make of it all?
Oh, it's all moved very fast today, hasn't it? Nigel Farage revealed today that he is facing 2 investigations into his conduct. That is a big part of the story today, and maybe one that hasn't gone as noticed as his announcement that he's standing down as an MP to trigger a by-election. But what that tells us is that the scale of the potential trouble that Nigel Farage is in is large, and maybe larger than we realised. There are 2 different individuals, 2 different allies of Nigel Farage who appear to have given benefits, gifts, as he would term it, to Nigel Farage just before the general election, and opponents say he should have registered them, he should have declared them, and now the Parliamentary Commission for Standards is investigating both. Why does this matter? Because ultimately they could suspend Nigel Farage if that's more than 10 days as a recall petition, and then there would be a by-election on which presumably Nigel Farage might be on the back foot. Today, he appeared to want to get ahead of that, triggering his own by-election in Clacton, the Essex seat that he won in 2024, in an attempt to sort of put this question to the people. But it doesn't wipe the slate clean, Mark. What happens if he wins is the investigation still proceeds, and potentially there are still the same sanctions. That's why you're hearing these statements from other parties about how they're not going to field candidates in the first by-election, but may yet do it in the second. We're in an extraordinary situation tonight, Mark, that I don't think that Nigel Farage would have anticipated, where he's going to stand for election and find he doesn't have any substantial allies. So you've heard from the Tories they're not standing, the Lib Dems aren't standing, Restore Britain aren't standing, Labour's National Executive are meeting this evening. I think that there is a decent chance that they aren't standing. They think he'd win, so why give him the oxygen of publicity by allowing it to become the media circus on August the 6th or August the 13th, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after a new Prime Minister enters number 10 that he wants? They are denying him the moment that he wants. That's their plan. So it's almost like next move from Farage.
Right, but just to be clear, these investigations you were talking about, they continue.
Absolutely. Under the rules, we've all been looking at the parliamentary rules today. In the event that there is a by-election, the investigation resumes if Nigel Farage wins. The investigation can still continue even if he loses or decides not to be a candidate at the discretion of the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. So this doesn't go away. I think what Nigel Farage was hoping was that a by-election would in some way wipe the slate clean, but it's not clear that that happens under the rules, and now the other parties are going, we're not going to take part in your games.
Right. I mean, some would describe it as a bold political move, others that it's a diversion from the very issues that you've just been talking about.
I think that nobody would doubt Nigel Farage's anger at what he sees as an establishment stitch-up. He says they're no longer able to fight us through legitimate means, so they're going to play foul. And by establishment, he means the main political parties. And he does, yes, mean us in the media as well, Mark. And you heard the comments that he made about us and others. But the question is not, are things stacked against him? The question is not, are things unfair? The question that's being looked at is, did he break rules that all MPs have to abide and stand by if they want to stand for Parliament? Rules that are about transparency of declaration so that we know who funds our politics. And Nigel Farage says that with legal backing and with legal advice, he determined that these 2 substantial gifts did not need to be declared. Others suspect differently, and now it will go to the Parliamentary Commissioner to determine who is right, and the consequences will flow from there. And this, I think, for other parties is a distraction, but the questions don't go away. And I think you saw under Boris Johnson, he often tried to pit the public against people who enforce rules. And there's a bit of a tolerance for that in the amongst the British people. I think you saw that at the start with Boris Johnson, where there were questions about where he got the funding for his wallpaper for the number 10 flat and so on. But over time, you know, the resilience of the British public sort of wears away, and they do get tired of people repeatedly being accused of breaking the rules.
OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, the Prime Minister, who's at a NATO summit in Turkey, had this reaction to Mr Farage's announcement.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze. Politics should be about improving the lives of millions of people, not about personal gain, not about hiding dodgy donations, and I think the public will see this for exactly what it is.
And we're joined now by Guito Harrier, former Director of Communications at 10 Downing Street during Boris Johnson's time in office. Good evening.
Good evening.
So what do you make of all this?
Well, it's high drama, and it's Nigel Farage doing what he does best, because he's been on the back foot. Uncharacteristically, he's been playing a game he doesn't enjoy, where he's losing, and he's under scrutiny, and credit to our friends in Her Majesty's press and media for doing such a good job on this. But it feels to me a little bit like when Webb Ellis picked up the ball a long, long time ago, not enjoying the game of football, and started playing rugby. He's picked up the ball, he started playing what Nigel Farage does best. This idea that the people out there, you know, around the country care more about migration, the state of their high streets, law and order, lack of economic growth, than they care about these posh people in Parliament who, you know, quibble over donations. And he obviously seems quite confident that the people of Clacton in particular will vote him back in on that. And then that will change the balance of power once again back to something he enjoys playing.
But it does appear, from what we're hearing today, that the other main parties are not going to play ball.
Yeah, which is tricky, because whenever there is an election, I think that it should be a sound principle that the electorate deserve a genuine choice. And, you know, political parties, however unpalatable it is, who's prompted it and who's actually trying to use the situation, they kind of owe it to the electorate to give them a choice. So I'm slightly uncomfortable with that. I understand their motives, but again, Nigel Farage will be able to play this. The danger is there's a win-win for him, and then if he comes back in and they continue with an investigation, he says, this is the obsession, the establishment. The people of Clacton just proved that the true people of Britain don't care about these things. So he's got a good fighting chance of turning this around a bit, but he's also rightly scrutinised, and he should be scrutinised.
I mean, his calculation would be, were it to be a proper by-election, that his supporters, Reform supporters, would rally to this whole idea of taking on the establishment, taking on the sort of mainstream media.
Yeah, there they are quibbling over who funded what, when actually, you know, Rome is burning. You know, Britain is broken, is what he thinks. And, you know, migration's out of control, borders are open, etc., etc. We know the script. He hasn't been able to do that over the last few weeks, which is why what we've seen, and he was dreadful in his response to your, excellent reporter who asked a perfectly legitimate question very, very politely. You could see a man who had lost his touch and had lost his temper and actually was, you know, in danger of losing the game. And so what he feels tonight, I'm pretty confident of this, is he's back on the kind of terra firma where he likes to fight. And if he can keep it there, then he has a fight. I also suspect, Mark, that there's a little bit here. What have we just seen recently? We've seen an outsider who's playing himself as somebody who's not part of the Westminster establishment, win a by-election and come back as the knight in shining armour to take over the reins in number 10, Andy Burnham. Is there a little bit of Nigel Farage tonight who's feeling a little bit miffed that he's been upstaged as the man of the people out there against the establishment because Andy Burnham has taken that off him and he's having his own by-election to redress the balance?
Yeah. I mean, you know, presumably there is this whole idea of a distraction from these issues that are plaguing him. But, I mean, he made the point about the finances, about him earning cash. People don't like MPs earning lots of money. I decided I needed to make some money. That's not actually the point. The point is these two investigations into undeclared donations or gifts, or call them what you will. That's the nub of the issue, isn't it?
Yes, and it's serious, because I think that Nigel Farage has understandably got away with the idea that he made lots of money in the city and therefore he did not need to make money in politics. I don't think most people, some people do, but most people don't have a problem with that. They don't mind a rich prime minister like David Cameron or Rishi. In fact, it's reassuring that they don't need to make money out of politics. This is different because the suggestion is that his political platform has allowed him to benefit personally. And that is very off-brand for Nigel Farage. That is Nigel Farage not actually being the free spirit in politics because he can afford to be. This is something a lot grubbier. The allegations, at least, is that he's using politics for his own benefit, and that's why it was so damaging.
Yeah, similar allegations over the pond as well. I mean, do you think that it will backfire on him, this whole by-election idea?
I think it's very powerful, you know, the idea that you get voted in. It adds a sense of perspective. And, you know, in the end, you know, he'll say, there you are, back to their obsessions, and I'm fighting this because we need to fix broken Britain and all that. So he is one of the most able, you know, communicators we've had in our politics, whether you like him or loathe him. He outsmarts most people in an argument just because he's fluid with it. And so, you know, but the odds are quite strongly in his favour. But whenever you roll the dice, even if you've had the long-standing luck of Nigel Farage, sometimes the dice doesn't land as he wanted to, and rolling this dice could actually end up with him losing a lot.
Yeah, just a final point before Sam Coates comes back in. But he did make a point, not the nub of the issue, I agree, about his safety and his security, which is probably a point well made and worth making.
I'm with him on that. I think there are obscure junior ministers who've got drivers and stuff, and nobody would recognise them if they walked down the street naked. And Nigel Farage is a controversial figure. He's a very high-profile figure. I think if anyone deserves protection for the, you know, taxpayer, he certainly should be up there. So that is a legitimate point.
OK, Guito, thank you very much indeed. As I say, Sam Coates is about to come in and join us because, as Sam Coates predicted just a few moments ago, Labour are saying, I can't get it on my wires at the moment, but Labour are saying that they will not put a candidate up. Is that right?
No major party will now fight the Clacton by-election against Nigel Farage. Labour, in the last few moments, have announced that they too will not be standing a candidate, joining the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats and Restore Britain, who say basically the same thing, that they think that what Nigel Farage is doing is creating a artificial media circus in order to insulate himself, and that they will not play his game. He can stand, he will win. They're not going to participate. They're not going to give up money, time or resource in order to fight this. They all suggest that in the event that there's a second by-election, in the event that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards adjudicates that Nigel Farage broke the rules and that there's a suspension of more than 10 days and a recall petition, in the event of a second by-election, they will stand then. The question, Mark, is how this all plays in the medium to long term. Maybe Nigel Farage looks very silly for having done this today, opponents not standing, wasting everybody's time and money, and we proceed to the investigation anyway. Maybe by the time we get to the second by-election, the people of Clacton have been so emphatic on the general election in 2024 and the first by-election in 2026 that they want Nigel Farage as their MP, that when it comes along the second time, they vote for him again because it looked like the opponents were running scared. You can't predict the British public. I think other parties think they might. I think the course isn't clear.
Because on that point, I mean, that's probably the argument he'll make now. He'll go, look, there we are. You know, the main parties, they don't even want to put anybody up.
No,
say they're running scared. That'll be his argument, no doubt.
Absolutely. And the question is, to what extent do the British public buy that argument? Do they buy the fact? Or to what extent do they simply not now notice what's about to happen? Because if there aren't really any substantial opponents, there won't be much coverage, there won't be much interest. It's a foregone conclusion that Nigel Farage will win with an incredibly large majority. What impact does that have on the British public and on the people of Clacton? Or do they decide that actually Nigel Farage's games and the questions around him are wearying and start to go off him? I don't know the answer to that question, and it's going to be fascinating to watch over the coming months, if those are the hoops that we go for, how in maybe late autumn, in the event of a second by-election, should we get there, what happens?
Right, and just finally, Sam, I mean, as you were hinting there, given the position of Reform UK in the polls, You know, they're riding high, as he said, perhaps not as high as they were, and Makerfield would have been a rude awakening, no doubt. But is this a risk, given where they are politically and the rise in the polls that we've all seen?
Of course it's a risk. It remains, any election is a risk. You cannot take the British public for granted. And Nigel Farage, who is a veteran campaigner and a very close reader of the polls, knowing that, he's a good campaigner and that the polls are in his favour, will know that to prejudge is unwise. But I think what you're seeing today in his actions and in his tone is a leader who feels that they are under pressure, looks like they're under pressure. This isn't the Nigel Farage of, just under a year ago, when he felt like he was somebody in command of the British political system to the detriment of everybody else. That isn't the man who stood at that podium in Millbank Tower earlier today. This is somebody who doesn't look like they are happy with their position, they want to attack their enemies, both in the other political parties and in the media, and are not operating necessarily from a situation of strength. He's trying to regain the initiative, but he's co-opting the people of Clacton to do that, but he does require their assent.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Now, Prince Harry has lost his privacy case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. He was one of 7 complainants, including Sir Elton John and the actress Liz Hurley, who claimed journalists hired private investigators to blag private records and tap private phone conversations. But the judge found they hadn't proved their allegations and their claims were dismissed. Prince Harry and Baroness Doreen Lawrence issued a statement following the ruling saying this: "We came to court seeking justice and accountability, but we have received neither. It is a complete and obvious whitewash, but sadly not altogether unexpected. However, the length to which the court has gone to exonerate the Mail is as shocking as it is totally unwarranted. It feels here like one rule for the newspapers and another for the claimants. We presented to the court evidence which we believed was compelling at the time and remains so now." Well, the editor-in-chief of Associated Newspapers, Paul Dacre, criticised Prince Harry, saying he has no grounds to complain about an invasion of his privacy.
Prince Harry wrote a sad book which boasted about his killing of 25 Taliban, his drug-taking, and, in cringe-making detail, how he lost his virginity. There isn't a laundry in the cosmos big enough to wash all the dirty linen he has aired about his own family. For him to complain about his privacy being invaded takes not just the biscuit, but the whole tin. Poor Harry. I feel sorry for the way a confused and angry young man has been drawn into this case. The bitter irony is that his mother, Diana, liked the Mail. We were her paper. We took her side in her acrimonious breakup with Charles. She and I would speak and meet. The Mail's superb royal reporter was her friend and confidant. The truth is that this trumped-up action, which has cost well over £50 million and wasted a huge amount of valuable court time, should never have been brought to trial.
Paul Dacre there, now for a check on the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Heatwave conditions will develop more widely through the week and it will turn essentially dry too. Many places will have a fine evening, but the cloudier north will see a little rain or drizzle, mainly over northern and western Scotland. That rain will mostly fade overnight, but it will be quite murky and locally damp over northwestern coasts and hills. Ireland will see cloud increasing. It will be warm and muggy, very warm in the southeast. Southern Britain can expect a sunny morning tomorrow, with cloud elsewhere breaking up to give some brightness too. That said, northern and western Scotland will be rather grey, with further drizzly outbreaks possible. It will be mostly warm, hot again in the southeast, with a high of 33 Celsius likely. Sunshine will develop widely through the afternoon, but the far north and west of Scotland will remain overcast. Ireland's western coast will be quite grey too. Thursday looks sunny, but the far northwest will be cloudy again. There'll be a small chance of thunderstorms in the south later. It will be very warm to hot.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, more reaction as Nigel Farage resigns as an MP, triggering a by-election which he says he will stand in.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway. Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Let's get more reaction then to the news from the Reform UK leader, Nigel Farage, that he's stepping down as the MP of Clacton-on-Sea to fight a by-election in which he's currently the only announced candidate. I'm joined now by the executive editor of Politico and co-host of Politics at Sam and Anne's podcast, Anne McElvoy. Good evening. Hello. So let's start on this issue of who's going to play ball, because it doesn't look as if the main parties are going to. The Labour Party has just said Nigel Farage is engulfed in a sleaze scandal and he's desperately trying to change the subject. It's pathetic, and the Labour Party is not going to indulge it. You've spoken to Kemi Badenoch. What she doesn't seem to want to do it.
Well, Kemi Badenoch was using the opportunity, really, to knock great lumps out of Nigel Farage. I think it's no secret. I think that relationship is now entirely antagonistic, Mark, and what she was saying is, I was right. You know, all these people said Reform was kicking us all over the pitch. But look, now he's running scared, he's panicking, he's cracking under pressure. She told us at a Politico event this afternoon. So she said, we're not necessarily going to go along with his gimmick. That is maybe the clue to your question. But when I pressed her, I said, are you going to stand a candidate for the Tories? She wouldn't say yes, she wouldn't say no. I think that they're probably still gaming it out. But I get the impression that, like Labour, they want to see Nigel Farage sweat it out because... to put it the other way around, like if he's called it and he gets a great result in Clacton, then he can say, well, I, as always, broke the rules in some sense, but I won.
But can't he... Well, surely he will say the main parties are running scared, the other parties are running scared.
Exactly.
That's going to be his argument, isn't it, if no one stands against
it? It is, because he's unorthodox, isn't he? When he's faced with a situation which he's got already, he's under investigation by the Parliamentary Standards Officer, now that we have the second... tranche of these accusations about him taking money. He says it was entirely compliant. That is the position of Reform. But in some sense, it is a bit embarrassing for the party. It just seems to have these wealthy friends that end up causing quite a lot of difficulties. Well, I guess most politicians, whichever party, will get through as best we can, make our excuses, make our case and move on. Nigel Farage throws up the whole deck of cards, doesn't he? He just says, do you know what I'll do? I'll stand down in order to have a by-election in which I want to stand up again. I think that's basically kind of jiu-jitsu that he plays with the other parties.
Well, exactly. But isn't it a rather clever way of framing it that you, the people, will decide? We are having this battle with the establishment, with the mainstream media to some extent, you know, and you can have your voice now. I'm going to give you your voice. I guess some would see that as quite a canny move.
You could. I mean, I think the question is it really fair to use by-elections in this way? If you suppose you could, if you're a powerful leader, you could call a by-election any time that you had a bit of a run-in with the media and some problem with the standards officer. He does still, it must be said, face that investigation by the Parliamentary Standards Authorities, but it's just not when he's when he stands down. So what he gets to do is control the timeline. But I think you're right, and I do think I don't want to over-exaggerate this, but I think there's an element of him using a kind of British MAGA playbook here, which is say, if you criticise me, I will simply turn the fire back on you and say, do you know who's behind this? It's the media, whether it's the Sunday Times, whether it's broadcasters or the Parliamentary Standards. He doesn't attack, but he's somehow suggesting that the establishment is against him. He'll go to the good people of Clacton and they'll decide. But remember that standards is also a national and a parliamentary issue. It's not only what people in your constituency think. Well, you say, of course, but in a sense he's kind of challenging that, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah. But the framing of it, too, was very much in his speech earlier about his earnings. You know, he was broke a few years ago, he said, and he decided he needed to make some money. And he was saying, people don't like the fact that I'm making money as an MP. It's not the issue, is it? The issue is these investigations that you were talking about and the undeclared donations and gifts.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's muddling up his own life story, and I think to an extent he actually really believes this. He is someone who feels that he's had lots of knocks and came back, and he's a bit just you wait. You know, you'll see that I was right, and I went out there. And in fairness, you see, if it hadn't been for Nigel Farage, would we have had the referendum we had on Brexit in 2016? So the thing when you've broken the rules a lot of times and remade them, you tend to think that the next time you can do it as well. At some point, you think that runs out of road. But what you can see, I mean, he's genuinely, I think, furious, and he does believe that he is more sinned against than sinning. I think there is just a difficulty when it's something like, he says, the gifts from George Cottrell, his rather maverick friend, were simply that, gifts. But the more there's been looked into by many media outlets, the more George Cottrell seems to be part and parcel of the Reform movement.
I mean, the Reform UK party doing well in the polls. Is this getting jittery? Is the leadership getting jittery, do you think, because of the, this financial investigation that's going on and because of Makerfield and so forth?
I think there is a jitteriness. I think there's a bit of, I wouldn't say it's unhappiness, but it's a bit of confusion. I speak to a lot of people around the leadership in reform. I was just talking to someone on the top team last night. They don't, they don't seem very well informed about Nigel Farage's plans. Put it that way, it's not a conventional leadership structure where you'll get together and you sort of cook it up and then you serve up the politics. They're quite often, I think, a bit wrong-footed. I think power is shared around and quite cannily managed so that Nigel Farage can even surprise some of his own senior lieutenants. They wouldn't admit that, but I think that does happen. I think it happened today. So I think there's that. When you said they're doing well, Mark, you are right. If you look at them on around 25% in the polls, the others, the Labour Tories, about 19-20, nudging there. But it's not the 28-29 where they were hoping to breach 30%, which would put them on track. And I think there are worries, if you like, the more small C Conservative parts of reform, that this sort of thing might put off the more conventional Tory voters.
Right. Look, only 30 seconds left. But if this develops in the way that eventually Farage makes the decision, I've had enough, you know, can reform survive? Can it thrive without Nigel Farage?
Well, he has been in and out, actually, of various movements and parties with different names that all end up looking very much like reform. So that has happened before. But I think in the end, Nigel Farage is the animating force of this party. I think there would be a massive power struggle on the top team between Robert Jenrick, Zia Youssef, possibly others. But I do think without Nigel Farage, it would be a very different movement indeed. And therefore, if they a lot of people rather hoping that Farage comes through this if they want to power reform towards Downing Street.
And good to see you again. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, world leaders, including Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, are in Turkey for the NATO summit, with questions over military spending likely to dominate the entire meeting. The US president, who's often criticised America's European allies for not spending enough on defence, wasted no time in venting his frustrations as he arrived in Ankara. President Trump attacked NATO members for not joining the United States in its war with Iran and even singled out Keir Starmer.
In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there, maybe because of this. It was a very unpopular thing he did. He said, no, we'll help after the war is over. I said, I don't need that kind of help. We didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I've long said that we help them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
Well, our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Ankara, and I spoke to her in the last hour.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall at the leaders' dinner that is taking place right now with most of the leaders. I think a couple more are still to arrive, all sitting down due to be speaking, rubbing shoulders. If they're lined up in alphabetical order, which they often are, it would be Trump next door to Keir Starmer. So maybe over dessert they'll be talking about UK defence spending. But, I mean, Donald Trump coming out, wasting no time, like you said, in laying into his allies. He also actually repeated that claim to want control of Greenland, even though the territory is part of the Kingdom of Denmark, which is a fellow NATO ally. That's an old wound being reopened ahead of the main event of this summit, which is going to be tomorrow. And he also repeated or sort of dangled that threat of withdrawing all American forces from Europe, which would effectively spell the end of NATO. And it's against that backdrop and that noise, which is all noise that European allies and Canada have heard before and are kind of getting used to, that you had a lot of fanfare today in particular around billions, tens of billions of dollars, at least $50 billion that is being spent on new weapons contracts. And there were lots of jazzy videos. Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, was out in force, bigging up the strength and unity of the alliance, even invoking the spirit of the World Cup, saying how NATO is one big happy team. But no one can escape the fact that one player has a red card, and that clearly is Donald Trump. And the allies are going to be doing all they can to keep him on side as the event continues into tomorrow. But he